Ooh, ooh, did you see the fade transition? Did you see it? It was quick. I went in there and got rid of the 3 cuts that were in there. And that was the extent of my OBS work today. No, I'm joking. How does the mic sound different without the 2 things that I pulled off that I'm going to have to put back on? Should have worked on that instead of what I was working on the last 2 hours. You sound good. All right. Yeah, I mean, I wonder how much of what was those 2 things were installed. One of them was a peak levelator, and then the other one did some... Except you stop talking. Right. That's funny. Yeah, so... what an afternoon I had. Hey, Lack, how are you? I've been working on a number of things, actually. And one of the big projects I put myself in charge of was helping Molly fix, sort of make a transition in OBS, fix a bunch of stuff in OBS and move sounds. Oh, good to hear. Good to hear. Happy Thursday. Move sounds over to Bit. We're using StreamerBot now, and so we're moving a bunch of sounds over there, and we're sort of like cleaning up OBS and streamlining a bunch of little processes, and in turn I'm like working on my OBS now too, so I've got 2 OBSs, and I mean, it's been fairly simple in terms of like, it's just, you just have to kind of wrap your head around what the hell you're doing and moving files around, and it's not like rocket science by any means, but we were using Google Drive to back a bunch of stuff up, and like that fouled today at one point, and so I had to move stuff more local and make a bunch of big changes. Overarching of the point of the story is that like technology still will beat you. It will belittle you and make you feel small, but you just have to keep at it and remind the computer and the software that you are the thinking ape and you will win. So I had a rough hour today, which was me like every couple of minutes just screaming the word fuck. And then I beat it, figured it out, and now I feel good. I've got Molly's all sorted out, and then I can finish the work on that either tonight or tomorrow morning before she starts. I fixed a bunch of overlays on her side, and then I cleaned up and added some more sounds to mine for today. And as usual, I'm dealing with my like warm-up voice. No, I did not fix the bad loop on the whales. I figured out how to today. I thought I'll download another whale video, and then I'll bring him into the video editing software, and we'll splice it together so it doesn't throw you from the underwater bliss that is this 20-second whale video. Yeah. Yeah, so I've been busy, like pretty much nonstop. Took a break to eat, and then was back at it. I mean, it's one of those things where like I sat this morning and I read a book, and it was enjoyable. It was sunny. It was nice in the sun. But now I wish I would have like just gone and sat down at my computer immediately. I would be a little bit further along. Molly is streaming 4 days now and off, and a big quotation mark. She's off 3 days from streaming. And in those 3 days, she's been doing YouTube. And I feel like we set out these last 3 weeks with just like really clear goals, and we're making like halfway through. Like it takes a lot of time. It's labor intensive for sure. She's cutting together a really cool YouTube video, so looking forward to seeing that. I didn't even look and see how my YouTube video did today. That's how on it I was. I'm guessing it did nothing if I had to, just because probably didn't move very much. We're gonna play some more. What is my name? Drax Fantastic. We're gonna play some more. Yeah, it didn't move. Parsley look loose. Speaking of YouTube, yeah, get at it. We're gonna play some more Plan B terraforming today. What could be? Ooh, look at that nice transition. Look at that fade transition. It actually could be a little longer during the fade. Anyway, we're gonna play what could be the last day of Plan B terraforming. We may change games next week. I know. Oh, you missed it? That's all right. We'll do it again. I'm not saying I'm not enjoying this game because obviously I've played probably pushing 50 hours now. So there's definitely an enjoyment here. Oh no, I didn't hear it. Did you hear it?
Don't get cocky, Malls.
Oh, Molly's working. Keep going. Try Baldrax. Oh, I didn't do lobster. I didn't get to lobster or oh, that's weird. I didn't get to wine human either. Try exclamation math. It's crazy because they were just working during the test. Hello, sir. Welcome. Enjoyed the rest of your stream yesterday. I'm a constant lurker of yours. You don't. I know. I found you through the former pizza guy, Michael Bryan, Mr. Michael Bryan. And you and I play a lot of the same kind of games. So when you're on and I'm on, I usually end up finding my way to you. I like your music that you play also. It's always good. Ah, yes, Mr. Pizza Guy. I've watched him for longer than I'd like to think about. And then he and my partner, who is also a streamer, Molly Berry, are good friends. They've met in person. So, as for me, I haven't been streaming very long, 3 weeks, just sort of jumping into it again. I streamed briefly a couple of years ago, and it's always something I've kind of wanted to do, and I'm in between jobs, and we have the knowledge, and we've got some equipment, so why not do it? All right, Lack. Thanks for the lurk, man. So like I was saying, Plan B, yeah, this is week 3 for us. This is my third playthrough. The first time I played was sort of the typical play a game, fail really hard, and then realize what you did wrong and start over. In the second playthrough, the developer made an update for water, which was kind of destroying the game, and it was pretty critical. And so we restarted the game. We restarted the game because you couldn't get the water fixed without regenerating a new world. So we restarted a new world, and that is the current play we're on now. Up here at the top, we've got 500,000 people, and remember that there are players out there who are in the millions. What are the top guys? 45 or 50 million people, which is insane. It's your basic terraforming logistics game, and it's got a cool little level system that kind of in the very beginning kind of shows you how to play the game, but as you progress through, it kind of gives you things to work towards, so sort of a purpose. And when Winehuman was in here last night, she was asking, is there an end to this game? And I mean, if I had to guess, I would say the end is the planet is breathable, and that you can use the water and stuff. I also played the demo during the Next Fest, and that's how I got onto it. Can you copy and paste stuff yet? No. And that would be key, especially if we go and look at, I was just talking about this, if we go and look at my biggest city here, which is New Los Angeles, I built this huge thing that's producing composite. And what needs to happen is I actually need to copy and paste this whole goddamn thing and move it over right here, because I should have built it right here so that it can just feed directly into the city. Now, I mean, it looks like, in another little while, this will be close enough to the city that maybe this was the right move, but it's a little loud on the monitor side. Let's turn that down. So yeah. It's I think, and it's what I said in your stream yesterday when I came in, is that it's $10. The game's $10. Like, I don't know a lot of games that are this cheap, that have this much playability, and a developer who at this point right now is making small changes every week, fixing stuff. And I think that even if he abandoned the game now, on the low end, you've got 20 hours of gameplay. On the high end, I don't know, I'm at 50 and we haven't won the game yet, and it's still going. So it's not a bad investment. And if you're into this, if you're into this kind of game, then it's well worth it. It's fun. But like I said at the beginning, like this may be my last day. There's a couple other games that have come out. I played Planet Crafter over the weekend, and I haven't played it in 2 updates, and there's a new update, and I enjoyed it, and maybe we'll get back into that. Transport Fever 2 just updated with a big update that changed a bunch of stuff and then added a DLC on top of it, and that was one of the games I played the most last year, which is still a big surprise to me, but that's something also might be interested in playing. And then Planet Crafter is interesting too. Yeah, just a bit grindy at the end. Yeah, I just think that they've added. I agree. You got to a certain point and you were just like, "What am I doing?" Like it's kind of done. I mean, it's also in early access, and there's been two updates since I played it when it launched. So I figured, let's play through those 2 updates and see how it does. I played it on Sunday on stream, and we raided into a guy who has been playing since the beginning with his original save, and it was huge, quite impressive. And he was just getting to like the drones part of it. So, yeah, it was fun. It was a little hard. It was a hard transition from this game to like running around picking stuff off the ground, because I mean, this game's fun to stream because you can do what I'm doing, which is it's up on the screen and you can just have it running and be talking. You don't need to. It don't need to necessarily be paying the closest attention to it. But I also noticed on the last update that it looks as though there's some. I thought it might get fixed on the reboot, but it looks like there's some slowing here. Maybe there's just too much going on for the engine to handle. But it also could just be like, I don't know. It seems like it's just slowed up a bit. You can see, well, that was the game save, but so the goal we started with today was we have to keep getting these. We've been planting trees. We've been building trees. We had thousands of them. There's probably 10,000 trees down now. We've got a couple of factories that are just pumping out trees somewhere. And I cannot stress this enough about this game. Use your little landmark tower bastards to mark where stuff is so that you're not just scrolling around the planet looking for it. Hey Trez, yeah, 3%. I really hit it hard last night and went all out on trees. You know, it was moving really, really slow. But it's better now. I think, and I said this at the end of stream last night, I think it seemed like before he fixed the water, which is he lowered the water table, the trees grew much, much faster. You like laid down trees and before you knew it, the whole planet was covered. And this time they're really slow to like get going. And I've raised the temperature. If we look here at the top of the screen, you know, it's 8 degrees Celsius. This started negative 52 Celsius. So I've raised the temperature enough where now look here, it's saying they're too hot to grow. Yeah, this interface is, I mean, like, how the hell would I know that? I mean, does that mean we can plant eucalyptus here? Nope. Eucalyptus can't grow here either. Not enough water in the soil. There's water right here. And these eucalyptus, healthy. All right. I think that's the other part of the problem. If you look where I'm planting trees, it's all along the water, and the water's just not, it's not propagating enough. And I don't know, like, it's unclear. Like, there's not a lot of graph, and there's not a lot of like data being given to you in this game yet. I imagine there'll be more, but like, you know, there's particles of pressure in the atmosphere. Here's where the temperature is. And like, I'm scared. I've got a couple of greenhouse gas generators going, but I'm scared because what I don't want to do is heat the goddamn planet up to like, I don't know, 30 or 40 or 50 degrees Celsius. The opposite way. Is there going to be a planet cooling system? I mean, the trees should provide cooling. Anyway, because I redid I mean, I was building like 2 trees. I had like 2 little tree assemblers going, and I came in here and redid it to build an epic pile of trees instead. And I built just pine trees in the beginning because the eucalyptus weren't growing. So maybe we'll change some of these to eucalyptus. I mean, it still looks like I'm still behind the 8 ball on the water. I mean, what? Still, the water doesn't make a lot of sense to me still. I mean, okay, so like you can't, because this is in the water, but then the water table's not this far out. I mean, we've got a water problem. We're just not producing enough water for the trees in which I'm trying to produce. But I mean, I guess I could, I could bring it in from somewhere else also on the other side. And that might be, I don't want to take any trees out, but maybe we'll do it. You know what else I noticed is that I don't think these water pumps are being produced anymore. Wherever I'm producing them, it's like, it's stopped. Need to go and try to figure out where that is and why it has stopped. Should we do something fun, like old school? We'll truck this stuff in. Water. I don't want to take any of these lovely trees out. Yeah, so we're building tons of trees. I think we can easily get. We got in 2.5 hours last night. We got at 2%, almost 3. So I think, because like the first hour I played yesterday, I still only was like producing like 3 trees every year or some crazy shit. So it wasn't until an hour or an hour and a half into stream that I was like, okay, let's get serious about producing these trees. I thought for sure that's what changed. I thought for sure I could place 6 trees and they would just fill the whole planet full of lovely trees. That wasn't the case. So note to self, everybody, when you're making the transition from level 15 to level 15 takes forever because you need to reach one population needs to reach 100,000 in your biggest city. Really a big pain in the ass unless you're just amazeballs. I don't know. So when you're doing this portion of it, be building trees. Get this set up so that when you get to level 17 unlock, you got 10,000 trees sitting in your global tank here, and you're ready to just plant them all. And this was the one playthrough of the 3F play where I didn't start a tree producing factory right away. And so I've been playing catch up ever since, which, like, I realized that I could be playing a lot faster catch up because the planet's big and I could just quadruple this, but it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. All right, so we're building trees, and what we realized yesterday was in the mega city, we're not producing enough food again. And the recycling of plastic, which was not thought out at all because I forgot all about it. And we built this mega like production center here, and then didn't think about what we need to take away. So that's problematic. So we need to move this recycling. We need to move this recycling. So what the recycling is doing is it's taking plastic waste, right? And the plastic waste becomes polymer bars. And we need the polymer bars to build the composite, which is feeding the city. So that's one of the cool things about this game. There's like, you need, the waste that's coming out of the city gets reused into something that will make the city grow. So there's definitely like a circle of life thing going on here. Although I don't think it's balanced quite correctly. It could also be that like my balancing is not balancing it correctly, if that makes sense. So I think we need to rip. What's going on here is these waste disposal units are putting out plastic to these recycling centers, which are right next to them. And then those are dropping the polymer on here. And this just happens to be where we're making the bulk of our polymer. And that's then going over here, which I've got enough of it again. It's full up. I think right now what we're having a problem, it's just like any of these supply line things. You're like, okay, this looks good. What the hell's happening? This is fine. Why is there no tempered steel? Because looks like there's enough nitrogen being produced. We just, without even doing the math, I know that we're just not bringing in enough. It'll tell you how much you're transporting. We're transporting 590, and we're just not bringing enough of this iron ore from down here up. We definitely have enough of it. We're just not bringing enough of it up. So I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna put 2 more of these here, and then let's run another line and we'll drop it. So we'll say a train here, and instead of dropping it there, we'll drop it a little closer so it'll sort of share the load. And throw a couple more trains in there. All right, so this one's transporting 590. This one's transporting 148. We'll throw another train on there, 220. So now we're transporting near 900, right? Do. Time to bring out the calculator. I'm upset that that's plenty. I'm upset that the exclamation math isn't working. God damn it. You know what? Hold on 2 seconds. Let's go to chatting, and I'm gonna look at StreamerBot to tell me why. Tell me why, StreamerBot. Oh. I know why. I know why. I'm fixing it. Everyone, hold on. Hold on. Oh, I know why the cheer's not working. That's hilarious. I like, it looks like I got sidetracked and didn't build out the rest of the, it looks like I didn't build out the rest of the actual action. That's hilarious. I mean, I only did this like 4 times because it broke, right? Yeah, tell you what. Do, 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 do. Oh no. Now it's doing it. Now I know exactly what it's doing. Oh my god. Too funny. Too funny. Did you hear it? That's funny. All right. I'll stop messing with it. Otherwise, I'm just going to get lost in it, right? All right, I'm back. That's a drilling sound. One of, there we go. Good. One of my friends who comes in, we were doing so much math the last time we were playing this game, literally like math and math and math. He's like, you know what you need is you need to take your camera. He's like, you need a camera. Yeah, I wasn't sure how to describe it. Machine sound. Yeah, take a camera and put it over the top, and then have one of those old adding machines where you had the reel of paper coming off the back, and like just clicking on it all the time, adding up all the different totals. And so I told him I would find an adding machine sound and give it to him the next time he comes in. Is the sound overbearing? Those sounds might need to come down a little bit. There's a 30-second timer on it. No, the Buck Masan didn't play. I'm not gonna mess with it again because I'll just get lost in it. Something's still not firing correctly. Fucking StreamerBot's got a mind of its own, man. But I mean, I was working in your OBS and my OBS back and forth today, like, play the game, yeah, just pay attention. So like I was saying, we need to, okay, back to partial look, cool. I'm going to pull this out of here, this recycling, and make it more sustainable so that, I mean, it almost looks like we've caught up again. And the lazy me is sort of saying, if you can click on anywhere in the city, it'll tell you what's going on. It's not. I mean, it's not pulling it away fast enough. If we look down here in the bottom right corner, our deliverables are below 20% below, and we're still not pulling enough waste away. And we can see right now that this plastic waste is definitely piling up. And the other waste is piling up too for some reason. It's because we're just not pulling it away fast enough, I'm guessing. I swear to God, this seems like it's slowed down considerably. Yeah, we're not. It's too much and we're not recycling it fast enough. Like this needs to be expanded also. Let's do something. Let's just put a Band-Aid on it, right? All right. What we're trying to do is, I mean, this has been the problem for the get-go, but the bigger problem, of course, now is that like it used to be easy because it's still easy. It used to be easy because you were only having to produce, you're only outputting 100 pieces of waste disposal. Now we're putting out nearly 1,000. So this needs to be so much bigger. And it's not just putting this out. These are then feeding trades that are feeding other parts of factories everywhere else. So the logistics part's like, it's not the easiest thing to wrap your head around. And so I've been cheating and just coming in here and getting rid of the waste when it piles up like this. But at this point, we actually need to be recycling it because we need it. And look, the waste over here, the food waste is piled up too. Because I haven't scaled. And it's funny because I was just talking about when we were logged out last night. I'm like, listen, the other part of the factory is great. Everything is good. Supplying with no problem. Totally set myself up for failure. I still feel like it's only the train engines seem to be an actual object at the moment. Yeah. I still feel like there's something wrong too. It feels like the whole thing is bogged down. And if you build it right, like, you know, and if you build it to a certain extent right, like you can grab the stuff. You don't even need a train to deliver a lot of this stuff. You know, on these kinds of setups, like almost all of this is being delivered down the line without a train. You're only bringing in a couple of things to get it started. And the middle part of it is just the drones back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. What was I doing? I was looking here. All right, so all of the recycling needs to be thought out. And honestly, this recycling is just going right, it's going right here. So if we were smart, we'd move it like right in here and have it just pick up and put over the end. Let's just do that, shall we? Instead of having the train move it. So yeah, this is where the organic waste is going. So maybe we come in here and say, a waste disposal. So there's no more train taking the waste disposal away. It's just taking the organic waste away. It's just immediately going from the pads to the pad, from the waste disposal to the pad to the recycling center. Oh, and just like that, it's fixed. All right. Supply depot next to food factory. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Because you're right. Like because once upon a time I built it far out there. Now you're right. We can go directly. We can do the same thing. Yeah. If we pull out this entire train. Yeah. Thank you. Oh no. Didn't want to take out the city right there. Oh no. And then supply center here and here. And then here, here, here. And it appears as though I've upgraded those to MK3s. Yeah. We're still not producing enough. We're not producing enough food because there's not enough compost coming across. I mean, this was all built with MK2s and like, I think the number was 300, and we need 630. We were offsetting compost though somewhere else. I was building it in a factory at one point. Did I pull that out? Yay. I might have. What's going on here? Oh no, this is my fix. Drax asked the hard questions. What's going on here? I'm just updating. I'm upgrading these to the MK3s, which have 4 drones instead of 2 and can go 3 spaces. So we did 300 plus 120. So we're not that far off. These are also building compost. So let's just do this. And then let's come in. We've got some water problems as usual. Let's do this, and then let's just add some more greenhouses. And then we need to take the food away. 3. Let's see. Let's see how that does. The whole thing. Oh, look, the trees continue. So the trees are growing now. I haven't planted a single tree since we started. All right, that's not true. I planted like 3 trees. What are we up to on the tree side? 1,300. All right, let's let that sort out while we plant some trees. Let's see how these do. Growing. So I've just been coming right along the water and planting. For those of you that are just joining us, the water is broken in this game. The developer has said his long-term plans are to make the water like work so that you can dam it up. You can pump it out, and then it'll sit and flow. 2 weeks ago, he patched it. The original game, water just flowed into the city. Like a city would just get flooded. They would all move out and move to the other side. It was a total pain in the ass. So he moved the water table up for cities. They're higher. They actually spawn higher, and then the water spawns at a lower altitude, which is great. But you still have problems like we've walled this off, and what. It should stop flowing, but it doesn't really stop flowing. Like he said that the walls don't really do a whole lot of anything. He's given some advice on how to use them. It's not great. I cut the rail line with the trees? No. Oh my god, I did. Thank you. Thank God someone's watching. It would have taken me forever to figure that out. I would have been like, where did all the nitrogen go? So that's why you have, and you can see like here, it actually looks like it has worked, but the water flows in and it stops units from working. So it's definitely a work in progress. And so when you see my crazy like wall stuff I've got going on here, it sort of works part of the time, but it's not great, and it's one of the big flaws in the game, in my opinion. And supposedly when it gets warm enough, all of the ice melts off the top of the planet, and the only way to get nitrogen is with ice. I mean, at that point, like the game's over. And here's a big problem. Thanks, Trev. I was building MK3s here. Now this is all underwater. This would be another good like cut and paste moment, right? I need to take this entire operation is just building these pads, and now these units are flooded, and so they can't build them. Now, I guess we could move. I mean, we're gonna have to start building MK3s at some point. I guess I can move this. And this is distraction central. Do we do this right now, or do we come back because we know at one point I'm gonna run out of the threes and we'll be like, what the hell? I put this here because of the iron. And it's close to here, so maybe we just. It's not necessarily what I want to do, but let's fix this. We were building trees, so let's plant some more trees. Yes, this is the process for planting trees. We're gonna come back and fix that. We'll come back and fix it. The planet's temperature is holding at 8 degrees right here, top of the screen, 8.1, which seems fine because that's the overall temperature. I think at the equator it's much warmer. Dormant, like, and then it's like unclear why these are dormant. Let's see if we can put all of these thousands of trees down. How are these? Are these actually growing? Dormant. Is it just too cold? Dormant, yeah. We're really gonna come back to those MK2s. I'm not gonna forget. Yeah, I think it does. I think it does eventually spread. It was prior to the water fix 2 weeks ago. It was spreading much faster. Like I just put down like a little crop like this of trees, and I came back and it had filled out everywhere. They're growing because this continues to go up. It was what? It's gone up. It was 275 when we logged in, and I wasn't planting any more trees, and it's gone up. It was up to 3.5, and now we're planting again. So they're growing. I feel like the developer has a lot of really cool ideas and processes, like the base of them. Now it's whether or not he can pull this off. Too hot. But how do we know what the temperature is? Minimum temperature 30, growth temperature 0, maximum temperature. What's the temperature here? So does that mean if we go up here, it'll growing? Nothing wrong with the planet. It's fine. It's the people that are fucked up. Well, it's more true than we know, I think. All right, that was 1,400 trees. I guess the only problem with doing this and moving it right here is that do we believe this water will overtake this entire thing? Drax. Oh, it was loud this time. That one works. Like I said, I built this here because of the iron. And it was close. There was iron close to the nitrogen, so oof. Well, there's no water here, and here's some iron. So maybe we build MK2s down here. So let's Yes, I did answer. I did answer. The answer, Molly, was that it was growing better. It was growing better before he fixed the water, and now it doesn't seem to grow as fast. And I think part of the problem is that the water table is so much lower. In the other version, the water table is higher, and so like there was water everywhere, and so the trees didn't have any problem growing, especially in the early stages when the planet was a little cooler. And now the water table is like much lower, and that's why they're only really growing where like right on top of the water. I mean, that's why I in the old way I would just walk into the middle of nowhere and throw down a bunch of trees and they'd start growing. But I mean, I'm happy he fixed the water when he did, because like the other way was horrible. You know, you built this huge city, all this infrastructure, and then all of a sudden out of nowhere the water would spring right in the middle of the city. I guess I'll leave this stuff up here in case at some point, I mean, it doesn't matter. There's no way that the game is going to get fixed to the point where he's going to, maybe if he fixes the water, then you can drain it out of here. We could use these resources, but that shit ain't happening. Yeah, so you can, up here on the right, you can see, it's actually quite helpful. This is the default view, and then you got mineral view, which kind of makes it so you can see the different mineral deposits. And then you got water view, and allows you to see where the water is coming from. And so I guess when planting trees, this might actually be quite helpful, although you can get down in and it doesn't really, I mean, there's, yeah, you can always kind of see the water, so. So to build MK3s, we need this whole gigantic factory, and the two things that we absolutely have to have are iron. We need steel rods, and nitrogen, which comes out of the ice. So I've looked for a place where we can do this pretty easily, where we don't have to build it all crazy. And the great thing about all of this stuff over here is that this is a global warehouse, if you will. It doesn't sit on a pad. Once you build one of them, it kind of just goes into this queue, and then you can use them as you need them. So here is here's a good bunch of steel. So I'm trying to decide how. And there's plenty of ice. So it needs composite. So first step is to, oh man, you see what I see? Water. All right, well, let's just hope for the best. I mean, I guess we're gonna have the same problem. Shit. But maybe not as bad. Can I be positive? I mean, this field's underwater. I mean, let's do something crazy like this. And when you put stuff on top of resources, it doesn't go away. If we delete this, it'll come back. All right, flash forward to this completely underwater in 2 hours. Does the ice melt and make the water more prevalent? Yep. Well, the problem is that the ice all melts, according to one of the threads I read, and once the ice is gone, you can't farm nitrogen, which is what you need for a bunch of different things. Yeah. Play the game over. Sound, if we had one. It's probably overdoing it for as long as it's going to take to get underwater. Okay, so let's see how this is going to play here. These are steel bars. And those steel bars will come here. And then we need, just gonna take one of these to find. So we need tempered steel, needs steel bars and nitrogen. Okay. So then we're gonna need another factory that's going to do tempered steel. And then we'll pull nitrogen, I guess, over here where there's not any water. And the great thing about these is they pull nitrogen and water, but they'll continue to produce even if you don't take away one of the components, which is fantastic. And we're going to pull nitrogen. These take forever to get going. A little drunkenness there. I mean, all of this is just to build these pads. And then I guess these nitrogen needs to get delivered here. And we don't need a big bunch of this. We just need them to slowly churn them out. And then what happens? Once these guys produce tempered steel, then we have to produce something else. I hate when I click too fast. Oh, composite, which needs polymer. And the polymer is produced with these bad boys right here. They produce carbon or carbon. Carbon. And then that carbon becomes polymer bars. Trying to decide if we make this a little bit closer. I was trying to keep it away from the water, but I guess at this point, like, that is a pipe dream. Let's do this. Let's do this. Who needs the polymer? These guys need the polymer. So, polymer. And then we'll say, like, here. And cool. Yeah. And then this is doing carbon, right? Carbon. And then we'll start putting a bunch of these awesome friends. Okay, right? Do we do something like this to speed this up a little bit? Oh, we need to... So this is the one thing we're going to train in. Come on, you could have made it tighter. Could have made it tighter. Do we make this one of these crazy... Is that too far? Yeah. All right. No trains. Looks like it works. This will just be a reminder that there's impending doom over here. Oh, I guess I could have made a couple more of these guys. And then these are dropping polymer bars. Oh, these are dropping composite, which was the final step. Composite. Now, I guess, I'm just thinking now, and I've done this before, the city is getting produced composite. I could have probably just, a little late. I could have just taken composite off of one of the city lines to build some of these pads. But I guess not only does this make me a little bit better at building, because every time I build one of these, like one of these construction lines, I feel like I get a little tighter at building, a little bit better at building, a little more understanding of where things should be. And if you're a long-time player or a veteran, you know, cut me some slack. All right, so now we should be able to put an assembler down and build some of these guys again. We're down to 56. Top left corner here. And the depot pads, the depots, they pretty much run the game. Without them, nothing works. So it's crucial that you have a constant supply. And you can see that we have 1,100 MK2s. We were pumping them out. And of course, I didn't know that there was the next stage of them. And so I've stopped producing these other ones, and we'll just keep pulling these up. So in a pinch, if we run out, we'll always can fall back, and these aren't awful, but all right. So as much as I was like, that was kind of a pain in the butt, like wasn't too bad. And it looks like we just, the carbon is just the slow death. There must be like a hill or something right here. And I did zero math. Maybe that a zero math run of Plan B. I won't count anything. Oh, all right. Here we are in the progress for a greener planet. I bet we could plant some more trees. We have 1,000 more. Oh, note to self, everybody. Put a landmark tower down and tell us what you're building here. MK3. So that later, when you're roaming around the planet trying to figure out where the hell you put this, because you're like, oh, I won't forget. You'll forget. Trust me. So now you've got this nice little marker. Atmo generators. Let's go back to this view. Trees. Trees and trees and trees. Looks like there's some water here. Should we see what kind of trees will grow? Not enough water in the soil. Growing. Dormant. No idea why. Looks like there's some growing here. Growing. Okay. Mm-hmm. Like this, the graphic could be better, right? So that if you know when you place the first couple and they immediately just turn brown, you're like, all right, well, shit, that didn't work. And we're gonna do this. God, I don't think I'm ready for the next unlock. Maybe we shouldn't have planted these trees. Yeah, I mean, that was another 1,000 or so. But it doesn't, I mean, maybe it looks like there's definitely some spread of trees in this area, because anywhere it's pulling away from the actual river basin, that's growth. But it's not a lot. Dormant. Ready or not, there's always plan B. Healthy. Well, that's what you like to see. Healthy trees. Little healthy trees. Maybe we'll put a bird in here. Maybe a small raccoon. Trying to get rid of the rest of them out of the queue here. Yeah, so that was another 1,000. I guess you can also see, like, you know, you can see where I placed them because it's not great, but then it looks more natural where they're growing. So that's what I'm going to tell myself. Okay, good. We've spent so little time in the city. It's all been nature. Did our little food processing upgrade work out? No, we ran out of nitrogen, but that could be because at one point I cut the line to the nitrogen. Also, the nitrogen might be underwater. Look at how, I mean, the nitrogen is coming from so far away, too. Oh, Jesus. It appears as though... I mean, we're producing enough, but we're just not shipping enough of it. This is just a problem because it's coming from so far away. It's really hard to keep up with it. And this might not be... It might not be the most... We're shipping it to 2 different places in the city. I mean, you kind of look at it and think it's pretty far, but I mean, like, it wouldn't be any better if it was... You wouldn't save much time. You would save no time. And we're at the top. We can't pull it from the bottom. The nitrogen, just like the compost in the early stage before they patch that, is a problem. Like, there's got to be a better way. Like, I don't know, a faster way, a more efficient way of pulling it out. I mean, I guess part of the problem is I'm only delivering 319, and we know I need something like 900 down there or some crazy shit, right? And this transport capacity doesn't go up very much because it's got to go so far. Is it going up 40 per train? Ugh. I mean, the good news is it looks like it's keeping pace. We shouldn't take it for granted here. 4.75 on the trees. I could have sworn this was green at one point. Just maybe the asset isn't loading. Any bets on what's past level 16? What's level 17? What will it do? What will it bring? I don't know. What else are we missing? Water. Greenhouse. Maybe a... Oh, there it is. There. You just need to sit long enough. Yeah, look. The continents. That's spooky. There needs to be bridges. We're transporting 461 now. I guess we need to go down and look and see what the number is. We gotta do some math. God damn it. Plan B math simulator. All right, 532 is what it's delivering to this side of the city now. Oh, and I keep forgetting that, let's just show this. Instead of doing this thing I just did, you can actually click here and say, take me to the destination. Down here, right corner, select the view and line destination. Takes you right to the destination instantly. Let's use that more instead of whirling around the map the old fashioned way. All right, so... I still swear to God it's slowed down right here. Doesn't it look like the animation's like chugging because there's too much going on? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. $240. It's nothing. So we're producing enough nitrogen now. We need to actually... There needs to be more of these. Yeah, feels like it's gonna blow up. What's going on here? Let's take a look at the city. Yeah, it's like not bad. We're just having some waste problems as usual. Whoa. Why haven't these filled in? Oh, because we haven't been growing. Yay. So it's all about the waste at this point. On all three sides, it's about waste. I'm doing that thing where like I'm limping by. I'm too lazy to like rebuild the huge portions of the logistics to get it to work correctly. So it's not a lack of polymer here at this point. It's a lack of, we knew it, right? It's a lack of iron ore just coming from down. The line's too, the line's too long and we've ored out everything. Let's update and move, right? Did I miss one right there? And pull this guy out. So we're just not producing enough? It's too far away? Do we need to move it closer? I mean, the trains are going out. Doesn't really seem like that would be the case. Maybe we just need to do a little bit of this too. It's a pretty big field. Put it in and then accidentally go over the top of it. Come on. Come on, Drax. Drax.
Drax.
Drax. Thanks, Malls. Yeah. All right. Looks like we're about to hit the tree. I mean, like, do we just wait and see how bad it's gonna be? See how bad the next level is, or what the next level is before we commit to like rebuilding half the city? Maybe it'll like phase out the need for food. The city's growing somehow. It just popped for like a second there. Wait, is there any more iron ore close? Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. Oh my god, where the hell is it the closest? On the other side of the mountain range? Hey. Tunnels. We need tunnels. Like, how the fuck? I mean, should we start running some of this right now just because? I mean, it seems like every version of the upgrade needs iron. This train line is going to be ridiculous, by the way. Is it just me, or am I the only one who wants to kind of look pretty? This is ridiculous. Can we can't like skate through here. This is it. This is the train line. Look at this. Hey! Reach a total population. Is that 1 million? Okay. And then nothing unlocked. Are you the only one who looks? Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm the only one playing, so. Well, we're halfway to 1 million. So we just need to tighten up our systems. We just need to tighten up New Los Angeles and have it grow. And then we probably spend a little bit of easy time on the other two cities to get them to start, you know, pumping something out for us. So, and I guess this train line is just inevitable. I mean, at some point, I'm sorry for the quick in and out. At some point, this is going to run out and we're going to be SOL. So we might as well just, no, I'm sorry. I thought it was addressing Mr. Spaghetti Belts. Okay. For those of you that have seen me play
Drax?
Satisfactory, you'll know that I'm not necessarily into pretty. I mean, yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. Why should I even give a shit about pretty? I'm the guy who's like, I need screws. The screw machines are over there. I'll just route it through the floor and then through the ceiling and then around the outside of the building, underground, up, put 2 of the risers like right in the middle of like connectors and then right into the machine. You are a function over form 6 days a week kind of guy. Yes, I am. Spaghetti? Unsub. I'll get the job done. Drax, probably. Yeah, when I play with Malia, she's always like, she's hindered by the fact that like she wants it to be perfect in the get-go, and I'm like, okay, we just need to get like the basic shit running, and then you can go and make things pretty, right? And so, I mean, come on, I think I'll get the job done. There's no probably after that. I'll get it done. It's gonna be messy, but then I usually, you know, I'll go through, and we've had some beautiful factories. I'll go through and clean up, and I just want to, there's no such thing as future-proof any of that, any of Satisfactory. Every time you think you've done it, like you need more screws. I think part of the fun, especially in Satisfactory, is I like to get dirty in the beginning and get things rolling. And then I love to go back and sort of see what I did and then clean it up. I work like Molly too sometimes, which means I'd rather grind 10 hours to make the base setup look good instead of 1 hour of spaghetti. Yeah, I mean, I think it's how you work, right? Like it's what's going on up there in your head. Like you guys are probably much smarter than me in terms of like being able to lay it all out and make it look good and make it work perfectly. It's impatience for me too. Like I just want shit to get rolling and running, and I think that's why Molly and I make such a great team when playing these games. All right, let's do. All right, so now we're catching up. But do we... I'm just trying to decide. I guess maybe we just leave this here for now and put a slow train in. We'll put a train in that's running the extra. And as this gets to like the halfway point, we really get serious about dropping this shit off. Reading a text message here. Cool. So we need more trains. Look at how fast they're loading with all of these fucking fun. See, this is how fast it should be running, but when we get up to the city, there's like so much going on. It feels like, and maybe it's the same speed, maybe it's just the graphic are a little bit slower, but like maybe it's still loading at the same speed, although it really seems like someone put like syrup in their wind turbines. Is that the new train? Oh no, that's the train going out. All right. Oh, so that's right. I got 2 different train stops here. So now I'm taking over 1,000. What did we learn? Go to the destination, right? And it's still not keeping up by. It's just the length. The length is killing us. Like if we can get the city to grow, then we can put the, for right now we got to keep doing this, because if we get the city to grow here, then we can just have the composite come right over the railroad track right into the city. I mean, I guess it's close enough here. We could probably pull that off. I mean, do we see, what is this composite? Maybe we do something like this. And then we say, where's the composite being dropped? Here. And how many of them are there now? 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And let's pull the trains out. Where are they? Here. There's 5 of them. I guess we'll let, this is the other problem. Like I can't, If I pull this one out, will it be the one that's full? No. One down. Two down. I'm watching this full train right here. We don't want another one to load. Share the load. I want it to drop. Isn't perfection in the eye of the beholder? All right. So we've pulled all of the trains out, and now the composite is going directly into the city. So that should speed it up. Cool. We still need to deal with the recycling problem. Now the reason we put the polymer bars here is because we were already generating O2, and these machines generate carbon and oxygen, and we're meeting our O2 demands here, no problem. Like I kind of want to move the recycling in here. But we're still going to, I mean, for the meantime, we're still going to have to, because we want to deliver, the polymer bars want to be delivered there. So trying to do this without a train. I mean, I think it can be done. I mean, I guess let's just give it a shot, right? So these are waste disposal units. How many do we have running now? We're right in here. We have 3 of them running, and it looks like they're fucking molasses time. So if we do 3 of them, 1 there, 2, 3. Let's pause the game a second and think about this. Then this is going to drop here. It's going to drop plastic waste. And then we're going to, that plastic waste is going to be produced directly into polymer bars? Question mark? No. I'm sorry. Recycling centers is what we need. They then recycle into polymer bars. Now, right now we've got one, like how, so let's do some, get your calculators out, friends. Get your calculators out, friends. Right now we're producing 945 waste, and I still keep fucking forget to ask the internet, is 945 the total of all of it? So is it split by 3, or is it actually producing 945 waste? Math, indeed. Does waste from the city to be evacuated and recycled? Waste disposal limit 88. So it doesn't really tell us, just this is the number of produced. So does that mean I believe we're producing an equal amount, 945 plastic waste, 945 organic waste, and 945 metal waste, which means we need to recycle 945 pieces of plastic, which, as you and I both know, they're not really recycling it. It's all just going to the same place. I'm joking. That's my father. That's a real quote. As we're all looking on in amazement, like, what are you talking about? But, you know. All right, so let's just say 950. Yeah, I know. I love him to death, but Jesus Christ, dude. So, according to my math, we need 30 fucking recyclers to recycle the amount of plastic that's coming out of here. Where am I going to do that here? So do we come in and say, oh man, 30 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wait, did I stop counting? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then we do the same thing. I mean, that's 20. And then the same thing again. And a couple for good measure. And then these are going to produce plastic waste. They're going to produce polymer, which we need to bring here. So then we do We copy one of these guys and we say, and then we need to get the polymer to these pads, which I guess we could do dirtily. Dirtily? Is it dirtily a word? Oof. And then let's do a cheat right now. Yeah, there was 32.3, so you know, there's roughly, right? Roughly. If dirigible is a word, then anything can be a word. Yeah. You know, it's funny because my dad is like he's a pretty forward-thinking kind of guy. He's a pretty liberal dude. He's not one of these typical American middle-of-the-country kind of guys who's really shut off. He's a free thinker, and he's really supportive of everybody, and but there are some things that he just, like, you know, he's a 72-year-old man, so it just gets it in his head, and we all just kind of shake our heads. The crazy thing is that I think I had been there, this was years ago now, I had been in my parents' house, and for Christmas, they weren't recycling, so I bought them like a year's worth of like recycling service, because it's not included in America, and he still was like, I don't believe it. I think it's a lie. Okay. So let's pull this nonsense out over here. Right, because we're doing all of this now much closer. And we don't need these trains. You saw the city using the same truck for both refuse and recycling. Yep. You're right, Malls. And these trains were pulling polymer. Now, these trains may actually still be needed because we don't have the exact number. Well, let's just leave them running because we've got polymer built up. Yes, Molly, that makes perfect sense what you're saying, but you and I both know that, like, because these polymer bars are not costing us any resources. These extractors are just pulling the carbon and the oxygen out of the air, so we might as well just, I don't know that we probably need as many. All right, so we made the move, and we're doing all of this now without trains. How are we doing up here? Still struggling to deliver enough iron. But that's mostly just, you know, my own problem. Cool. So we have enough. So the question, like, it almost seems like it's not really producing 949 pieces. Like, this seems like overkill. Because if we look, you can see the smoke coming out of the top of these guys. We're only powering about half of them. So that means what, about 15 of them? So, but what did we learn the last time is that build for the max, right? We took the city from, in our last run, when we were up against a challenge like this for numbers, we took the city from 100,000 to 500,000 with just the small infrastructure we had built. Like, the boom after we reached 100,000 was substantial. All right, so I think we can take a screenshot of this in our heads and say, go out on an aircraft carrier and say mission accomplished, because this shit's working. I got concerns about that, but I'm not going to do the math on that. Still have some concrete just laying around. Still have some reinforced concrete laying around. But I guess, you know, we kept this reinforced concrete because this was during the last upgrade. And for those of you that play the game, when you make the jump from 100,000 up, you stop using reinforced concrete and you switch to composite. But there's this time period where you can fall below 100,000 again, and you need just a little bit of reinforced concrete to bump back up to 100,000. So my advice to you is do not destroy this reinforced concrete. Keep a little bit. Now this is overkill, obviously. You probably keep a couple pads worth, so that in that transition to start building composite, because it's not like you just switch on. You saw what it took. You saw what it takes to. This is what it takes to build composite. So you go from one day having an infrastructure building reinforced steel like this to then within a minute needing this to start building composites. So there's going to be a fluctuation where the city's going to come down and come back up. So leave a little bit of the reinforced so that you can feed it in, because if you pull all this out and the city drops back down, it'll just wait for you to deliver more reinforced in. I'm making myself a note. I can write on the pads. All right, so what's the problem here? We're pulling enough city waste out. We've got we're like almost supply. I'm looking down here in the bottom right corner. We're almost there. What's happening? There's got to be some problems. It appears as though we're making enough high-tech parts, and those high-tech parts are just going directly into, they're going by train somewhere. Okay, well, we need to stop doing that. That's another one of these things where we're building them here, the city's here, we can just drop them right in. So let's do that. Let's pull this out. Let's get rid of these guys. We're doing 3 of them right now. And then let's go in here. This is supply center. Remember, it needs to touch the city. So 1, 2... 3. Now it'll take from all these different pads. So there's no more trains. Oh, it looks like it's moving in slow motion. So we're gonna get a little bit of, oh, you know what? These pads need to be upgraded. And the great thing is you can just come in and click the new pad right over the top of them and it'll upgrade them. And now we're going from MK2 pads to MK3 pads, and the great thing is MK3 pads have 4 drones per pad, so we'll get a lot more movement. Yeah, there we go. So I'm looking down here right, bottom right again. So still not supplying enough composite, which is probably an iron problem, and the food is just, I almost feel like the food needs to be re-fucking thought. Where is the hiccup? In water? These machines aren't getting water. Yeah. Duh. Oh, come on. Oh, Drax. That's the problem. Okay. Now, there's plenty of water. I don't really want to say there's plenty of water, but I didn't space. This is hacked in here, right? Originally this was just, this area here was supplying the food, and now I'm sort of doing stupid shit instead of being smart about it. All right, it looks like almost all those machines are kicking over now. It was growing for just a second. So we're just shy on the food. Honestly, I need to rip all of this out and rethink it. Because this is a 3 supply, and you couldn't, the reason I built it like this is because the 2 pads, the original MK2 pads, can only go 2s on delivery, on hopping, and so with the new 3 you can go 3 hexes, so you could build it a little bit more efficiently. Well, there's food on the pad now. Where the hell is it picking it up? Oh, it's not. It's just delivering it directly into the city. Oh, okay, cool. Oh, it's green. Up here on the world map, you can tell which cities are growing and which are not. So maybe that's enough to make it happen. And the other recycling units are actually look like they're keeping up, but let's just put a little cheater mode in here. This is off a little bit. So it was 2 seconds of growth. Composite is a problem. All right. So why? What are we missing? I mean, it looks like they're all firing now. I mean, there's plenty of tempered steel. Is there just what's it? Well, let's do the math. 639 is the current need. Yeah, we're just shy. We're just shy of what we need. If all of these machines are running at full speed, we're producing 600, so we're just below what we need. And maybe there's some catch up. Wait, looks like we could throw another one in here. I mean, I guess do we do something filthy like, is that even gonna work? I'm just leaving the railroad tracks behind. The reason I'm not just extending the railroad tracks is because this is another problem, another small issue is that if you, in a lot of games, if I just tore out the track or extended the track out, the train would go, oh, I'll just reroute to the new track. Well, it won't reroute to the new track. It'll keep, if you pull this track out, it'll keep trying to go around here and then it gets stuck and freaks out. So like, once you build the track in, you can't move it. It just doesn't work like that. I'm hoping they'll fix, I don't know how hard that's gonna be. I've got to believe that it's possible, but like, just take on the new route, because if you need to make the, and especially like, it's especially nerving, like if you have stuff like this where you're like, you know what, I want to bring him in right here. Like I want to cut him off and come straight through. Like it won't, it'll still try to go up here. And so it's problematic. Yeah, this is really dirty here. I guess we added another 60 on top, so that should be like the bare minimum. Is it a problem? Is it a problem of drone delivery? Are they just not fast enough? Is the material, and then here's another thing we've talked about briefly and we can talk about again, which is I'm hoping, and maybe I need to submit like something on the developers Discord about how like on this bottom right corner here on the depot selection stage, like I don't want down here, I don't want it to hold any, right? I want it to hold 0. So I'd love to be able to tell it, hey, on these pads, their entire job is just to push it down the line, push it down the line, push it down the line. And I guess maybe they're saying, hey, use a train for that. Like these aren't conveyor belts, but like tell the first 20 of them, all your job is to do is to push it. Like I don't know. Well, we're meeting the demand again, and that could be because I added those other 2 machines. I'm still a little concerned that there's just not enough iron ore because of the distance reaching it. Is this the new faraway train? Let's pick those up a couple. Let's go to the origin. Let's throw a couple from this new around the mountain. Let's throw some more trains on there just so we can start the process of, because look, this is already halfway through. Hello, Buckma. Welcome to the Backseat Express. That's still that's one of my greatest finds right there. That I just now noticed. I didn't bring my water in here. All right, welcome back to Plan B, or as we like to call it, Math Simulator Drone Symphony. I had a hell of a day today. I was on Buckma. You'll love this story. One thing is that like I had a hell of a day with OBS, and I was really looking forward to playing Plan B today, just to sort of like a decompress and a de-stress. So I'm glad it's worked out. This is a good game. But as you know, we moved when we started making a transition. We moved a bunch of the files to. It didn't work, Moles. I don't know what's going on with it. We moved, I have Google Drive backing up all the things, and we're pulling the OBS files directly from Google Drive, and I think you and I thought that maybe that was causing a problem, and then we decided it wasn't, and I don't know what the fuck happened today, but I was in the middle of updating a bunch of sound files, and it just crashed. OBS just fell over, and one of the ones I was doing was I was just moving Buckma around. And so every time it loaded the Buckma file, it just crashed the OBS. So Buckma, you were crashing OBS over and over and over again. So I honestly don't know what changed or what is different, but something either in the newest version of OBS or something that Google, it's what I do. I crash Windows machines. Whatever happened today, with Google Drive or whatever, it was crashing it. And then I went to work on Molly's and it was doing the same goddamn thing. So needless to say, all of the files now in both of our OBSs are local, and we'll just back them off on a schedule somewhere else. And that got rid of the problem. But yeah, I don't know if I wasn't convinced that Google Drive wasn't the problem. Well, it's completely out of the loop now. All the files are, I installed, I had a terabyte drive, a solid state terabyte drive that we had pulled out of another computer that was empty. I installed that into Molly's streaming computer, so now she has even more room. I then moved all of the files and reconnected them in OBS, so no more crashing. But in my hurried state towards the end, I updated all mine, but I don't know what I did, something, and so like half Drax I think is the only one that's working right now, and everything else is stopped. Maybe during this AFK break coming, I'll look at it one more time. Yeah, it just we cannot keep. You could look into an alternative drive tool. I know a lot of people who had tons of issues when the native one switched to the weird shortcuts. I think it's pretty good. Yeah. I mean, there's so much shit we have inside Google. Like, Google knows everything about us. And honestly, like, why bother to, like, we'll just back it off. It'll just back off, once a day. Oh, is a Google Sync Drive? Oh, I see. Not a different platform. It seems like we're just barely keeping up with this. Even with the 700,000 drones I have flying around. It was smart to run that other train. All right, I'll look at that. Let me just make a note. It's still funny that you were crashing the system. All right, let's see. Oh, I see. All right, cool. Thank you. So it's like, it's doing the thing where like I need to bite the bullet and fix the food problem. Well, let's do that. I wonder, are we actually seeing some, ooh, we are. Look at this. I think we're seeing some real tree growth now. Although it looks like it's pretty straight right there. But here you can see it looks like it's growing naturally. It's fun. Yeah, when he fixed the water table, it's just different. Trees. I am watching The Last of Us. We are up to date as of this week. Fantastic show. I never played the game when it came out originally. That's not necessarily my kind of game, but as I've gotten older, I've played, like when I was younger, I never would play a game like that, but as I've gotten older, I definitely would play some games. There might be a creative solution to any food problems. I'm enjoying it. Are you watching it? Yeah, I feel like so many people like did they like, it's surprising to me they didn't release the game with the show, but I guess they didn't know the show was going to be such a big hit. And now it seems like that game, they're going to sell maybe more copies than they sold originally. Cause like, I don't know anyone, including non-gamers, who aren't playing or who aren't watching it, who are like, oh, I think I'll play it. Let's see what it's like. Oh no. All right, I'm gonna take a quick AFK, and when we come back, we're going to pull this stupid food supply bullshit out of here, and we're gonna make it run like a fine-tuned engine. All right, get up, stretch, find your water if you left it in the kitchen like me, and let's convene back here for Plan B in a couple of minutes. Oh, there's the math noise. It's going off when I change scenes. Oh my gosh. Oh, what a day. Hi, Valdrax, how are you? I had a really cool, yeah, I know what's wrong with it. I looked at, I had a hell of a day, Baldrax, in OBS, but I fixed most of my problems. I spent most of the last part of the afternoon in Molly's OBS because I've been part of my duties this week were cleaning up some stuff and adding some stuff in, and I didn't get back to mine until about 20 minutes before I wanted to start streaming, and so I was like rushing to fix some problems, and I didn't do it, and but everything is in there now. I just need to, like, the streamer bot is not it's not firing. I know exactly what's wrong. It's not firing it correctly. So I'm not going to get into, like, this isn't going to become an OBS fix stream. I've spent enough fucking time in there today to last a lifetime. But welcome back to Plan B, the math simulator. I'm your host, professor of drone aeronautics. I pause the game. We're not going to get the city to kick over again. So here's what I want to do. Here's my plan for the next 2 hours. What's the time that's left? Mathtastic. Fix the food problem. And then let's go and look at the other 2 smaller cities and see if we can't. This unlock for level 17 is reach a total population. We can push those other 2 cities quite easily. Don't quote me on this later. To produce a good amount of people. So, oh, let's see if the new shout-out works. Thanks, Balls. Yeah. Wait, did I miss it? It didn't work. Yeah. Okay, so I tested that, but I tested that like this morning before, shit went sideways. So, all right, I'll just add that to my list, for the next time. Oh, you just put it in there. Thanks, Malls. Yeah, great streamer, great stream. Plays a lot of the same games that I play, and I've been watching for, a while now. Like most of the streamers that I watch, I'm a pretty hard lurker. I've gotten better over the last 6 months or so. But, my partner's Molly, and she's a big streamer, and she's like, you need to talk to these people, you support them, you're always in their streams, and you love watching them. And she's right. She's absolutely right. So I've been trying to be better at just saying hello and chatting people up and trying to be more involved. All right, so I guess my hesitancy to pull this out of here is that I've said this since we started playing the game. I am. You are a big streamer, and you do sound like that. My hesitancy to pull this out of here is not because I'm like, because I like the rebuilding part of this game. I think it's hell sweet to just lurk. Yeah, I mean, I'm famous for like my big problem is that like I like to support. I don't watch a lot of the big streamers. I watch are streamers I follow for a long time, or are in a directory where there's no one else streaming, and so like, and maybe that's like their game, right? I play a lot of these kind of games, so like, you're not gonna get a guy who's got 20,000 people or whatever, or lady. So, I spend a lot of time in like, 2s and 3s.
Drax?
And then, I've got such a big heart that I get stuck, watching, and I can't leave because I feel bad. But I found a lot of good streamers that way, right? People who, and then I run into the problem I think a lot of us have, which is, you look at your people that are alive and there's 100 of them, and you're like, God. And some of them are easy because they're not playing games you want to watch, and they'll be fine. And other ones, they need you to come by because they need your support, and so you want to. And then then there's like, you find the guy who's playing the game you want to watch, and he has 800 people, and you're like, I don't, does he really need me? Was it Europa League is on tonight? I know you big football fans out there. And what is today? There's a bunch of games on. Oh, my phone is like in freak out mode. Yeah, the Europa League round 16 and Sporting in Portugal. A friend of ours, a big Sporting fan, is playing Arsenal. It's in the 66th minute. It's tied 2-2. Those Europa games are hard to watch because I don't have Danish television, number one, and then my American hookup, I don't have ESPN or Paramount, so. This is great. You need a Drax affirmation bot. This is great. This is wonderful. Just hanging out here. There are a lot of reasons why I stopped watching big streamers, 1K to 10K viewers, but I was surprised by Burke Black. I guess there are some decent and chill big streamers I could actually enjoy. And Rady Timing Streamers was nice of him too. Yeah, I mean, I think there are some big streamers that do it well. I think part of the problem is that the chat can be like very, very unruly if you don't have mods that have got their shit together. And it's a different vibe for sure. They're on a whole nother level. But I'm not saying I'm trying to think like the biggest ones I follow are in the hundreds at this point, and some of them have gotten lucky and had 1,000 here and there. But yeah, I know Molly watches a couple of really big streamers, and they definitely have a different vibe. All right. So wait, I got sidetracked. The whole thing, yeah, chat moderation is key, plus the community vibe overall. If people are awful and get away with it, then the culture can be bleh. Yep. We talk about this a lot. All right, you sons of bitches. It's not that I don't want to tear this out of here, and it's not that I won't enjoy building it and making it more efficient, because that's part of this game, and that's part of what makes these games great. My problem since the get-go, and I'm much better at it now, we've seen that I'm beginning to build things that sort of make sense and, work, is that I don't have like the perfect plan, right? Like if you build something in RimWorld, I know how to build something in RimWorld. I know where it needs to be in the walls and what for pathing and that sort of thing. If I'm building spaghetti belts in Satisfactory, I know exactly what those need to look like and where they need to be a disaster. So I don't have a good, and it's not even that I'm streaming and I want to like do it right. That's not a factor here. Like if I were just sitting alone without anyone watching, I would still be going, I don't know what to do here, right? Like I don't know what the perfect, and maybe this is a little bit what we talked about earlier, which is maybe I am suffering a little bit from that perfect syndrome. Like I want it to be great and I don't know exactly how. And so I just need to bite the bullet. I've got a nice big cushion here. The city won't start falling apart for 467,000 people. We won't bleed that many people. I try to fix the problem. Now, I think I just want to move this whole thing. Some water here. Like there's a part of me that wants to move this so I can see it better, like over here, but this water is gonna flood out. I mean, this is gonna get bigger. So I guess the question is, where it's sitting now, can we make it? How much food do we need to generate? 673. 673. Let's get on our calculators here. So let's just say it's 700. So we need 24. All right, Moss. See you later. Correct. You don't need to access the city center. You just a supply center. So you can see the supply center just needs to touch a city tile. And I mean, originally the city center was here, and they all were just touching. And you can see where I moved out. I mean, the water was right here. And I think that like I had a problem with that, and there's still like I wish it was more area effect. I wish it could be like within 3 tiles of it, because it would make something like this. I mean, but the city's growing around it. So yeah, it just needs to touch it. And now that we're or now that this is sort of in the middle of the city, we're delivering the food directly into the city. We're just not producing enough of it. And it's because we only have 1, 2, 3, 4, that's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So we need, we need 6 more. And we're not producing, like the water is still, like I've never sorted out this water problem down here. I mean, it looks like I'm generating enough, I'm just not training enough water. But it's like, I keep slapping a Band-Aid on it instead of thinking, okay, well, we need 24 machines. And I hate, and what I hate too is that we have all this, I mean, we have a ton of compost here. So we just need to, and we're delivering water. Oh, so we're delivering water in 2 places. Water's coming, that's right, water's coming from here too. So what did I say? We have 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. If we pull out these water pads and move them to the other side, which is an option. I mean, like, I don't want to get rid of this compost. And these are processing enough because there's nothing on the pad. And these have pulled all of the carbon out. So this just needs more, carbon. But the choke point is here. We don't have no greenhouses. We need more. I just can't decide the best way to do it. Like the part of me, there's that big part of me that just says rebuild it like we did here, or we did here. But we have all these supplies. We need to squeeze more in here. And we need to sort the water delivery problem. So let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. So we're shy 2. And for good measure, we should probably put in 4. And remember, we can't, I guess we could go here, but I think it's going to be dirty. And we're going to need to rethink how the water is being pulled because we pulled all of the pads out. So, and pulling this many pads is not ideal. So do we tell the water trains to fuck off for now? Bring another train here. I don't think that makes sense. Oh, well, maybe it does. Maybe we bring the train here, then we have water and food pads that go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And then the food can be delivered here. I'm just talking in my head here. Let's pull all the trains for now. And then we can do this. Let's just take a look at how that would look. So if we do something like food, and then water, and maybe we reverse this. So it's water and then food. I don't know that it matters. And then the train will come. Maybe we don't even need the train here. The food's going to go directly into there, and then maybe we drop the water on the other side. Is that 3 away? I think we can. We don't have to take out any part of the city, or you can just do that by accident. And then we need more of these. So let's add more. And then we'll do some fun shit like put 2 more there. And then we're gonna route this train differently. So we need it to come in here. Giving myself some room to grow. And then the other train's already coming in, so we don't need to worry about it. All right, so then let's run new trains. From here. Wait, did I click on the right thing? Here. And let's have them drop off here, and then let's let it run. Proof of concept. Math. It's fun. I guess the question is, like, can these continue to operate even if they're underwater? Yeah, so we're hitting the other 3, and we're having some waste disposal problems, probably here, right? I don't understand what the hell's going on there, but we'll come back and try to fix that next, I guess. Where's this water train? Hello? I'm telling you, it's like slowing down. Of course, I never speed up time in this game, which is weird because every other game I play on like super fast level, right? Oh my god, it's so slow. Yay. Okay, well that works. At least it pulls it into the thing. So let's go. Let's go to the other water source, which is that the best routing for that? I mean, this is the time to change it. Can we do? Will that save us will that save us 1/100th of a second? And then run trains to this side of it. Water. Man, it is literally just. Cell carrier switched. Only had to swap sims like 5 times for stupid reasons. Always fun switching carriers. Anywhere in the world, actually. Did you switch because you had bad service, or did you get a better price? If you don't mind me asking. All right, so we're delivering 541 water from there, and 201 from there. 300, 800. But there's like lag time. Love websites that use SMS two-factor, but refuse to remember devices. Here comes the trains from, here comes the new water trains from up here. 503 on the one train and 631 annual capacity. We're looking down here in the box. And we know that the current needs 672 and we're producing just a bit more than that. Producing a little over 700. My sister finally moved off our shared plan, so going AT&T to Google Fi was more than half off. Wow. Yeah, that's awesome. But a big pain in the ass, for sure. And it's easier than it used to be. Like, there was once upon a time, like, porting a number was like a week-long ordeal. Hopefully, the coverage is, Google's using T-Mobile's they're using T-Mobile's sites, so should be okay, if T-Mobile's okay in your area. And it's a big network now. I mean, in America, it's not like any one of them. The big three, in my opinion, and me using them all over the country, like, everyone's like, oh, mine's the best. And I'm like, no, it just depends on where you live, depends on the city, depends on where you travel. I'm pretty sure almost all of them suck inside. I was talking to a friend over the weekend, and she was talking about, like, she can't make a phone call inside her house. She has to, like, walk outside still, and she's in a pretty good area. And I'm just thinking, like, that's pretty much like every place I've ever lived except for this place. And it's only because the cell phone tower is, like, on top of the building. Your mom's is rural and has issues with T-Mobile. Well, in rural areas, T-Mobile is still not strong. The only people who are strong are, like, Verizon and AT&T, and that's because they built those networks out over 100 years. But I mean, that may not be the case anymore. The whole game is slowing down to, like, 0 right here. They, like, can't handle the load. Well, we're producing enough food now. So the water is going to catch up. The computer is going to load. Yeah, that's how we got talking about cell phones over the weekend, is that the 3G networks in America got shut down. And, like, because they believe their 4G is strong enough. And we all know that, like, in the middle part of the country, fucking forget about it. Like, the 4G is still not strong enough. I mean, I haven't been there in 4 years, but even 4 years ago, like, traveling to rural areas, you were lucky if you got through. I mean, some places were dropping to the Edge network, which is now dead. And at least here in Denmark, the Edge network is alive. So is 3G. It was the 3G was about money. They weren't going to run that network anymore. They could save a bunch of money, and the hope is that they take that money and turn it into, you know, stronger coverage. So, to cheat at this game, to cheat this system, when I'm not taking away something, companies doing reinvestment in America, I know they probably just put the money in the fucking pocket of the guys at the top. God, we sound awful, but it's true. If it, like, weren't true, like, it wouldn't hurt so much. I've talked about it on and off in this game, and I kind of wish there was, like, some kind of syncing ability to say, hey, listen, if I'm not pulling it away fast enough, and part of my problem is that, like, this needs to be moved now too, because we definitely need the steel and the aluminum, but I don't have enough of these machines running to output it, and so this is building up. You know, the output is 1,000. Holy shit! And these machines, like, we're probably recycling like 300 of that. All right, so maybe we just need to bite the bullet here and fucking add some more machines in. But I just did the quick fix to things like this that are building up and stopping stuff is just middle mouse click to copy the pad, and then just put a new pad down, and it gets rid of the stuff that's on the pad and then starts the process up, and you can see that this will catch up because we're not pulling enough of it out. Right now it's saying we have the same problem with plastic waste. So if we go over and look at plastic waste, yeah, see, and the problem here is not that it's just that we don't have enough pads moving it looks like. Not enough drones. Oh, and we're getting horribly full on. So see, I just did that here too. And what this do is it'll alleviate the pressure. This is my cheap way of not doing the math. And we're looking down here in the right corner again. City waste disposal limit is just teetering. We're just not pulling it out. What we probably need to do also is this. And then this. We needed another waste disposal unit. Math has never been my strong suit. I'm a history, like political, education buff. Like that's where, I took extra history credits throughout, and I used to get into I remember one of my college professors was like, we were talking about math, and I was just like, it's ridiculous. And he's like, it explains everything. And I was just like, I get it, but I don't get excited by math. I'm not one of these people that's like, let's get a math problem and solve it, right? Like I have lots of friends that literally, if their dream would just be like to get a really hard math problem and sit for hours trying to figure it out. And they do. But I'm not that person. And so like, this is why on these kind of games, I'm always sort of like, haha, let's try to figure it out without doing any, like this game would be like a billion times, like most of like those min-max guys, those guys are doing 45 million. Like we've talked about this. They got a spreadsheet. They're doing the math. The whole game is math, right? It's baseball at that point. It's not a game anymore. It's just a spreadsheet. It's going out there to the baseball nerds in the audience. Okay, so this is all being pulled away. So we're still delinquent on something. It's probably this. Yeah. I thought I fixed my food problem. There's something like this. Another reason to pull this out of here is that like there's too much movement in the computers. Look at this. What is it doing? Maybe it's not the computer slowing down. Maybe it's that many give us spreadsheet streamers. Maybe it's when all of those bots go over to pick it up, it just kind of slows it down. The water is the problem. We could do something fun. Like there's water here now. We can do something cheeky like, we need to find where we're building pumping stations. Are you ready for this? Pumping stations, pumping stations, pumping stations. Oh, it's growing. It's like we're like just so close, just having a good sustainable growth. I mean, as long as we don't look at this, right? Okay, let's see what the hell's going on here. So we're producing more than we're producing some ridiculous number, and we need to recycle that. So let's. Well, how many do we have now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and let's get out our adding machine here. So we're doing 270. Let's double that. Let's shoot for 600. How are we going to do this? So these machines produce steel and aluminum. So we just they need to be pulled off, and we're meeting the demand here. We've got trains just circling, waiting for the shit, because we're using the aluminum and the steel. The aluminum's feeding the high-tech parts, the steel's feeding something somewhere. So we just need to kind of get this. We need to continue this kind of line here. Yeah. I'm just thinking. It's being delivered the aluminum over here, and then the steel's going that way. Are those the only trains that are running in here? I think so, because we pulled the rest of the trains out. This used to be where the steel was produced. So maybe we do something crazy, like move it all together. I'm trying to. Can't decide. Like, this is like, if we move it over here, then we could actually have it just drop the aluminum directly into here. And if we move it up here, then we sort of, if we move it to the top up here, like, is there a reason to keep it in the middle? I feel like we're gonna do what we did here, which is we're gonna pull one of these lines out and double up. What did I say? 20? How many can we fit in here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So not enough. What do you think? Move it here. Do something crazy like let's do proof of concept. So this is where the metal will drop itself from the, so we'll put the waste disposal guys here. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 18, 19, 20, 21. And then this machine will take that nonsense. Oh no, it needs to be a recycler. I always forget. We'll take this recycler, and it will recycle the metal waste, and it will output steel bars and aluminum bars. What did I say? I need 20 of them? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. All right, right. I notice I didn't take out the other one. I left it down there, so in case this is a complete bust. Oh, and then we're gonna do something fun like steel bars. So I guess the question is, do you just do like a line of steel bars and then a line of aluminum bars? Because what does it really matter, even if they're just offset? And then you run the train tracks right in front. So waste, so this is going to continue to grow over the top of this train track. We'll put to start, we'll have 5, maybe 4 or 5 of the waste disposal bastards here. It'll drop the waste on here. It'll blah, 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 blah. This will then do this, and then we'll bring some trains to pull all this away. So we'll go from this disjointed mess to this disjointed mess? Question mark? Yeah. Like, and like, so this is what I've learned. This is what I've grown to do. I think this is the right way to do it. But there's also a part of me that says, like, there's going to be some pickup and routing problems because the drones are kind of stupid. But I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. All right. So we need these guys. And we said 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, we can do 6. And then we're just gonna ditch these trains that are in here. And then we're still paused. We're gonna unpause. And here we go. But we're really trying now, so it's gonna take it a while. We could actually do another one of these right here. To catch up, right? Because like we've got plenty of space now and lots of drones to pull these guys away. So that solves this problem. At least for the next 25 minutes. I mean, do we just pull this out of here and let the city grow? This was the edge of the city. This is before I was even trying to get close to it. I was like, originally I was building it far away. All right. Ooh, I wonder if this will, we needed to connect. All right, now we need to run, the excess steel is going here. So we need a train to pick up steel, say here, and drop it. No, it's going way the hell over here. Oh my God, it's going so far. Do we need to run a new line? It's going like right here. Yeah, let's just take this guy and run him. We'll run him right in there. So let's do this again. So we're taking steel from here and we're dropping it on the excess like right here. Steel bars. Cool. Look at that. And then the aluminum is going here. And this is really not great. This is being fed by some aluminum up north here. Whoa, look at all those trees. How many trains are running here? Let's pull all 3 of those trains for now and stop that. And then let's get rid of that line. And then let's rethink this, I think. Oh my God, look at this mess. Oh boy. We just need to think about maybe going something like this, and then we can get rid of. I'm just thinking like it can come right in there, maybe. Maybe it's almost like that, and then hey, back around to, oh my God, look away, that's ugly. And then a train that takes them from here and then drops them supposed to go. God, where does it go? Oh my, look at that. It goes all the way around. Yeah, exactly, Mols. Like that. Now this is part of the, you know, this is part of like the circle of life, if you will, right? This is waste, metal waste that's coming out, it's being recycled, and then it's then being put back into the city. The aluminum's being used to make high-tech parts, which then go in and then come back out the ass end. And then the steel is being used to make composite, or being used to supplement the composite, because we're actually making steel here too. We're still not keeping up down here. But I'm convinced it's not because we're not producing enough, it's because the drones are fucking stupid. Right, we have all this shit sitting on the pad down here. What are they doing? So if I put another one like here, here, and here, that one's too far. Here, will it move them? I don't think that does anything. I think that just makes it worse. I don't know. We need to, like, it needs to, I almost want to like put a train that picks up some of them that are down here and move them to the thing faster. Oh my God, just do it, right? Let's see if that solves sort of our problem. One here that drops right here, and it just picks up the extra composite that's down there. And we literally have, I mean, look at this. We're gonna have like a train full of composite that's just sitting on the pad waiting. So that's the problem maybe with this. Or maybe if we had more city growing down here, you could put a couple of these guys, you could do what we're doing here, which is you can have them sort of lined up so that they share the load. All right. Still not doing something. Still not doing what? Composite. Do I not have enough do I not have enough like supply centers? No, it's just not, we're just not getting it in fast enough. This sitting on the corner. God. Well, it's not a complete disaster. Look at this. We were at 550, we're up 623. So we're, these little changes, and some of the big changes I'm making, are really beginning to turn the tide. Like, we're growing. So maybe at this point, let's just look one more time at the water disaster. All right, that's okay. Maybe this is the time where we say, what's going on in these other cities that we haven't looked at in days? So New Osaka is the second biggest city, and we can see here it's going to have some water problems. This thing's been bouncing up and down from growing to non-growing for the entire game because I haven't paid any attention to it. Oh, here's where we're building pumping stations, and there's no more reinforced concrete, so that's a problem. Where was that coming from? Look at how lush this is. Definitely tree growth. Definitely tree growth. All right, this is steel. Oh. Were they just stealing like a little bit of reinforced concrete from there? I think I was taking a little bit and making those there. That's cheap. Okay, so we can see that the problem is the reinforced concrete, which has been the problem for this city the whole time. And I'm not using, I need this aluminum problem is another like stop. This looks like somebody just came in here and hacked this together. Oh, it was me. I came in here and hacked this together. So, This is just not sustainable. You got these two guys producing
Drax?
They're producing 60 steel bars and aluminum. The need for the city is 73. Look at these numbers. They're fantastic. 73? I could just stand it on my head. It's fine. We just need to sort this shit out. Like, this is ridiculous. The aluminum could be used. Where are we doing? What the hell is going on here? Oh my god. Those were building trees. So I'm building, for some weird reason, I'm building the high-tech parts all the way the hell down here. That's why I'm not shipping the aluminum down here. But this is, you know, this is unsustainable. Like, what's happening is I go away for 2 hours, come back, and it's filled all these aluminum pads, and then the machines stop. And I haven't supplemented these reinforced with anything else. They're just simply using the reinforced that's being produced by the recycling centers. And then this train is pulling concrete from a field that's just about spent, and this is a mess. This is what happens when you don't pay attention to cities. Oops. Gotta tell it what you want. What you want. Okay. I don't like. I'm having another one of those brain fart moments where I don't know exactly what I want to do. This is not working, but the city's dead here, so we can't get too far away. I mean, this just needs to, let's just pull this out of here. Ridiculous. Eesh. So these machines need the steel bars. Could we? And then it's being fed right into the city. That's smart. What is this line doing? Oh, why are there not more steel bars coming from down there? What the hell? Oh, well, that's part of the problem. Look away. I like built the pads but didn't build the extractors? What the hell? What the hell? Malls, how's the video editing coming? I don't like that we're taking the steel bars from all the way down. Anyway, we got to deal with this recycling portion. So these are just, let's just pull these trucks out of here. Great, let's rethink this. We know the city's gonna get to here. We gotta do something with the aluminum. This is where the steel is being dropped. Really bad. This is not cool. This is awful. I should have just pulled this out. Like, we kind of want the steel to be dropped right here. I guess we shouldn't like overthink though. This city isn't gonna be huge. Maybe we just leave this for now. Have it continue to bring steel up from the, what is, oh, this is the train that's like stealing the steel to produce these things. We seem to be producing enough high-tech parts. We're not gonna even look at the math on that. So we need some recycling here. And there's nice water happening. let's do this. Let's think about a recycling centers here. And they're gonna drop it metal waste here, because that's all they're producing right now. And then we're gonna take that metal waste and we're going to put it into these bad boys. We're producing 126. That's 90. That's 120. Whoa. Oh, there's like some discoloration there. It's different colors. Build for the future. That's double what we're putting out right now. Then these guys are going to produce, just like before, right? Steel bars. And then, you know, some aluminium or what have you. Aluminium bars. Okay, cool, perfect. This one gone, or this one gone, this one gone, or this one. Now let's run some trains. Look at this. Who does this? I've learned so much. Now we're gonna run a train. It's gonna go like right here. And then I guess we'll just do a dirty one of these turnaround things for now. Sure. And then we'll drop the extra steel here, and then we'll take the aluminium on this drunken train ride, and we'll drop it down here, which, like, there's not gonna be any room for it, so let's get rid of 2 of those. Yeah, this makes sense. This will solve it. Do we already pull this out? Let's pull this guy out. See you. All right. And then train here, and then he's going to drop the steel right there. And then we'll just throw another pad in there, good measure. And then our other friend is going to grab some aluminium, and he's going to drop it all the way down here. Way far away. Holy shit, that's far. This is water. This thing's gonna be underwater. Oh, look at that! Just like that, the city's growing. We're at 674,000. Can we get to 1 million before I end stream? Got about an hour and some change left. I think we can. I am positive that we can take this little sleepy burg, New Osaka, and convince people that it's clean, easy living. All right, so did we solve this problem over here? We will, I guess, because we had enough concrete coming in. There's plenty of concrete on the pad. I mean, what's the number? It's 90, and we're producing 120. And another 120. It appears as though I'm doing what I shouldn't be doing, which is stealing stuff to create more fucking walls. 123 walls. This is like not. Here's the other thing we haven't talked about is that, like, these things that need reinforced concrete, sooner or later, I'm not going to be producing reinforced concrete anywhere. I'm gonna have to produce it just to build these things. And maybe that's we built the MK3 manufacturing facility down south all by itself. It's self-contained. It just pumps out MK3 pads, and maybe that's the smart way to do it. Maybe this is just me thinking, well, we're already producing these things here, but we know that once the city reaches 100,000, it won't need reinforced concrete anymore. So we're going to have to move this wall, and then we're also building water pumps here too. Both of these things are going to have to move somewhere where they can be sustainable, because technically we're going to need more walls, I think. And water pumps I know for sure. So. All right, so this is just This is growing in a good clip, and it shouldn't, right? This is enough. The recycling is meeting a demand. We're dropping enough steel here now to meet this demand. So this should clip along. It's at 4,000, I think. Is it 10,000 where the next bump happens? So this should bump along to 10,000. So let's look at Xi'an, which is our other city, and that's not it, but this looks like a really dismal place to be. It's definitely oh, look at this. I don't know, should we let it grow? Look at how cute it is. Small, tiny. These were just good folks go to live a simple life. Cell phones don't work because it's not good coverage. The groundwater probably has problems because 100 years ago they mined copper out of this area and they didn't do a good job of getting rid of the till. Is it till? What's the silt? What's the stuff that the miners leave? Like in Colorado, there's huge like piles of this stuff. Before the EPA came along and made people dump toxic chemicals into rivers in Ohio. Too soon. Too soon. I haven't been following that. I have not read another thing, but it's not, yeah, Buckma. Sorry about that. The stuff I did read was, I think the most telling thing was we were watching John Oliver this last weekend, and he did a piece on it, and it was a guy, I think it was the main union rep in like 2016 talking about like, if we do not fix the problems, there's going to be a catastrophic disaster. And whenever you see stuff, I mean, this happens all the time. It's in this age of everything's on video and everything's in the news, like, whenever you see something like that, you're just like, can you imagine being that guy? And you're just like, you've been hounding people, you've been telling people, you're like, listen, everything is there. Someone listen to me. And now he's just like, I would just, I'd feel so bad. All right, Xi'an is a whopping 1,000 people, so it's stuck. It's next. It needs reinforced concrete, so we are building concrete here, or we were, and we need. Oh, look at that! Oh, look at this! Someone was doing some pre-planning, huh? What is going on down here? Well, I've already got a bunch of steel sitting here. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. I'm already building reinforced concrete? Where the fuck is it going? Oh, it stopped. Why did it stop? Looking at this picture... Ask yourself, why has it stopped? For those of you who've been following along, those of you who play the game, it's pretty simple. The miners can't reach the units. All right, this is an easy fix. Oh my god. Wonder why it stopped. It's just, I'm guessing these are not the upgrades. So let's do this. And this here, and then here, and here. Here we go. I thought maybe I had like was supplying concrete and like was getting ready and then like went and did something else, but no, I was already doing this and then just never came back. I'm the absentee mayor. All right, everybody, good luck. I'll see you in 100 years. All right, so we're producing 120 pieces of reinforced concrete. And we need 74. But that's gonna go, it's gonna go up fast. The city's at 1,000 people. So I can't remember. Is it? Oh, when we pop up above 1,000, do we? Maybe that's why I left. I was like, I don't want to mess with high-tech parts. I think that's what's going to happen right now. Let's see. That's not enough to probably kick it over. One more train probably. By the way, I don't know if you've noticed, but I've been paying attention. We've been staying at 8.1 degrees, top of the map here, or top of the screen, since I stopped raising the temperature. Like I don't, none of the machines, none of my greenhouse machines I'm sure are running now because they were all being fed and I haven't checked on any of them. And I don't feel like I have enough data. The only reason I raised the temperature before was it was a challenge, and so I raised the temperature to the challenge to meet it so we could go to the next level. And then I wanted the trees to grow, so like it needed to be warmer. So then I went on like a big push. You can see I went on a big push here in like 2140, like saying, okay, let's push it up to 8.4. So I don't feel like unless it's gonna challenge me again, like the game hasn't told me, and like I don't really know, like I don't want to get too hot, right? I don't want it to be the opposite problem and have the polar caps melt. I care about our planet, regardless of what you think. All right, so you can see on the map here it's green, which means it's growing. Both other cities have stopped again. You know what? What happened in New Osaka? Like I had that all set. Remember I said it's good till 10,000. That's not the case. Oh, okay. So it did turn over, and we do need high-tech parts. And I think we have to start recycling too. Yeah, right, Buckma? Come on. Hell. It's been so long since I did this transition. So high-tech parts needs aluminium, which is over here. Is that the closest? Wait. Yeah. That's the closest batch right here. But we're going to start bringing out some of the recycling, right? So, do we try to do this right? Or do we try to do it wrong? Since we've got some people moved out here. This is going to put out waste. Metal waste. Which we then will... We're not gonna fuck this up this time. Turn into recycled stuff. That's kind of weird. And then we need to turn... Yay. There's some little step we're missing here. We need to turn this into high-tech parts, which is polymer. Oh, polymer we pull out of the air. So let's try to keep close on this one, right? Let's try to be smart about this. So this is going to turn into two things. One, steel bars. Oh man, we're like on some kind of... What is going on here? Can we make some straight lines? Oh, we're like on a hill or something. That's dirty. And then aluminium. So we're gonna take the steel and ship it. I guess we're gonna ship it south. Seems stupid. How many trains do we have running steel? Tell me one. Let's change that to one. And then we'll run a new train. Let's grab some rail and we'll run it. Hold on, I gotta think a little bit. We need to run the steel down there, so we gotta run a train on this little bump right here. And let's just route it south of town. And then I guess we'll just do one of these cute little turnarounds. Does anybody play Transport Fever 2? Transport Fever 2, is that what it's called? They just came out with a release today and they just had a DLC and I'm pretty excited about it. I didn't buy the DLC yet, but I mean, I'm pretty much a sucker gonna buy it. And I was thinking that I don't know that I'm gonna play that game on stream. It's a pretty big popular game, but I was thinking I'm like, wow, can my brain handle 2 of these kind of games? Run one right after the other. I mean, Transport Fever 2 is like, get a train in 1870 and then like go through 200 years and you're like got high-speed trains and you're like moving goods and people and the cities are growing. Like, it's such a fantastic game, really well done. You played it a bit? Yeah, I really like it. I didn't expect to like it as much as I did, and I don't know if it, you know, when the Steam thing came out last year and talked about like best games or the games you played the most, right? Like, it tracked it. Like, it was up there, like 1 or 2. I mean, probably after Apex, which I play a lot of. But it was up there. I was surprised at how much I had put into it, and I think I was really stressed last year, and I had a really stressful job, and I think I played it in the late evening, and it was really like a nice calming, take it easy kind of game, and kind of took me away from my day-to-day life. All right, so we're gonna take this steel and just ship it south. Ship it south. No, well, yeah, not that far south. Right here. I have the first one, never had time though. I think it was TTD Nostalgia Sale Purchase. Yeah, it has a TTD, like, it's definitely that itch. It is, and the graphics engine's fantastic and it looks beautiful, and it's like a modern version of that, and it's pretty. There's a bunch of modded support for it. You can mod trucks and trains and stations, and you know, if you follow the Reddit or look at the videos, I mean, some people just have built amazing, beautiful cities, and they really have taken the time to really take the game far beyond what it was intended to be. It's really cool. It's really, really cool. What are we doing here? Steel bars. All right, now we've got to be smart about this one. Everyone, we need to think about, we want to build the high-tech parts right here and deliver them right here. Now we've got the aluminium here. No, here. And we need carbon to build polymer bars. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? No? That's fine. I'll show you. I'd like to supply these, I think, right here, and then high-tech parts, right? So we're gonna take the aluminum here. I think we need this, right? Aluminum and polymer. So how many do we need right now? 37. Let's build. I love it. Like this is 120. We need 37. We know we're gonna need more than that. So, but like, I'm like, oh, this will be plenty. But flash forward, this is why I get into the mess I got into at the other big city, is because I built these way over what I needed, right? 3 times what I needed. And at the time it seemed great. And now the city's gonna grow around this and it'll cover us. I guess we need to feel better about, in this game, just realize that you're gonna tear it all down and build it farther out, or tear it all, or feel. I guess I don't want to take out the city, so like that's why I keep picking things up and moving them farther away. Now this needs to deliver. Oh, we need to. I feel like we're gonna need more of this shit. Carbon is what needs to happen here. We can pull 3, so we can go here, carbon, here. Let's see. Interesting. It's gonna miss these machines down here. Do we just do something like this? Like this, and then just toss a, whoops, come on. Come on, Drax, Jesus. So it's gonna pull the carbon, and then we're gonna turn this carbon one into polymer bars. And then those polymer bars are going to be used here. So if we do something like here, and then throw one to here. Oh, we need to, do we truck the aluminum? It's really short. Yeah. Let's go old school and just, guess right there, we need a pad. One pad for aluminum. This is like so not future proof at all. We need trucks. Please. Yeah, we're gonna take these aluminum bars down the road. Problem with putting it here is it doesn't, and then it does this redistributing bullshit. But when you're only having to supply 37 bars to turn the, I mean, the city's growing now. Oh no, it's not. It's Osaka. What are we up to here? What are we missing? High-tech parts. Aluminium. I was watching, I think I was like years ago, I was watching Luther or some British television show, and I started saying aluminium, and I was in my office where I worked years ago, and the lady, I was saying aluminium, and she's like, why do you keep saying it like that? She's like, you know, that's wrong. And I was like, well, actually, those British people say it that way. She's like, but you're not British. You're not British. Okay, so this obviously, this is this early stage, right? Like, we're not going to recycle enough to feed the machines enough, probably. But I'm a nerd. Truth. All right, so it grows. Current population, 1,000. Is it 5,000 or 10,000 where it makes the turn? And the problem is that, like, these numbers are not like big enough, right? We can get these two smaller cities to pop another 10,000, but in the grand scheme of things, we need the big city to put out another couple 100,000 people. All right, I've succeeded on the whole, these two, look at the News Los Angeles turning red. I'm looking here at the top right corner. Two smaller cities chugging away, big city falling apart. What is going on? My God, this is big. Yay. So you can click anywhere in the city, any one of the little tiles, and it'll tell you what's up. We are having some recycling problems. Is that surprising to anyone but me? No. Oh my God, look. Yeah, we totally are. So I'm gonna use this little hack where I just copy the pad and then I just take out, it just obliterates what's on the pad. And in terms of recycling, this is gonna buy us some more time. We have way too much. We need to, I think we're still producing polymer bars somewhere, like right here. We just need to stop this nonsense. We had 2 trains producing it, so we'll let these machines continue to run. These are pulling carbon off of the atmospheric extractors that are feeding oxygen to the city. So it's sort of a best of both worlds. So we'll just stop these for now and let these produce out, which will make the recycling go. So high-tech parts and composites still. Did that solve our city? I'm looking bottom right corner. Did that solve our problem? Probably somewhere else. Still not it's still not dropping enough iron ore. We're now at a tempered steel. Like, we could have seen that coming. We're just not producing enough steel. We haven't ever produced enough steel. How is my cheeky little around the mountain train? Let's see what's going on down here. Yeah, let's work harder here, guys. We got 6 trains bringing it from this side. I remember when I was like, oh, there'll be enough. It'll be fine. We'll run one little train just to get it started. Poor Drax coverage in the less dense areas. I like that emoji. Baldrex, have fun at the video store. Tell the kid behind the counter that you need some good advice next time. The movies he gave you were shit. Don't forget to rewind. Be kind, rewind. Molly's like half listening. She's like, did he just say he's going to the video store? What? I mean, we're just, it's the amount that it needs up there and the distance we are is, more trains. Many more trains. So we're pulling iron ore from here, we're pulling iron ore from here, and it's all feeding the one city. And like, there's other iron ore here. Do we quadruple down? Sorry, I just watched American Psycho recently, and I have a really good friend who loves that movie. I've seen it because he loves it. I've seen it hundreds of times. Very good. I used to be able to quote big parts of it, but now I think it would just be like half remembered quotes. But my one friend, he can quote it from start to finish. He read the book and everything. He's a big fan, which is a little scary because that movie is. Well, you seen that movie, American Psycho? Yeah, I mean, you can see like the distance. We're only really hauling 282. We just need to keep adding trains. Oh, you can left shift to add 10 trains, but the last time I did that, like it was like, it like exploded. Yeah. The scene. I was just thinking about the scene. I was watching something on YouTube that they had clipped that in, and the scene where they talk about business cards is like, but that's like, I swear to God, that's how it was. And even right before, in one of my first jobs, I had business cards, and the person that ordered was like, "What kind would you like? What kind of paper? Would you like it embossed? Would you like it raised?" And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Just get some business cards. It's ridiculous. But like, there are people that like, that was it. Really into it. My last job, they're like, well, should we order business cards? I'm like, no. But they did anyway. And I threw them all into the garbage can when I left there. Like, no one ever asked me for my business card. They'd be like, I'm like, I mean, I guess in a forward-facing job like yours, Molly, and like dealing with customers, like you want to be able to give them something that they can hold on to and they can call you and email you and all that stuff. Like that's probably helpful. But like in a job like mine where like I wasn't in sales, so like my salesman never gave out cards either, but I think most salesmen do. And like I was always like, people were like, well, how do I reach you? I'm like, I have a website. It's a football club, so just go to the website and I'm on there. And they're like, oh, or I'm like, it's my name in the football club, right? Like it's so easy to remember. So like in today's day and age with the internet, like is there, if I needed someone's number, I'd just like put it in my phone with their name, right? I mean, I guess it's probably still a big thing in Japan. I understand it's still a big thing, but I always thought there was a bunch of really cool, like when the cell phone first took off and there were apps, there was a bunch of really cool apps that I'm just feeding trains at this point, trying to catch up there. We're up to 400 down here, right corner. 477 is our current capacity that we're pulling up all the way because we're having to go all the way around the mountain. There were a bunch of really cool apps that did fun things like tap your phone and it like pushed your information, or like there was like you could scan a business card and it put it all in there. I'm not sure these apps are still out there, but I always thought like maybe there would become some kind of gold standard for that kind of app that would just be something that you pushed back and forth, but it never kind of, at least in the circles that I ran in, and in the very beginning, like we were pretty like into that tech stuff and like we were early adopters, and it just never took off, right? Yeah, Baldrax. Yeah, Molly has those. When she went to conference last year, the two conferences, NFC beaming was so cool when it first came out and never took off. Yeah, Buckma, exactly. The NFC beam was so awesome. Just walk up and like send all your information to them and it would go into the contacts and it was great. Yeah, it never did. And it's not going to. Like if it didn't do it then, it's not suddenly going to take off now. But yeah, the QR codes on those cards, like Molly had those when she went to her last two conferences, and that's fantastic. Like just walking up and scanning, like she has it on the back of her phone now, which is even smarter. But yeah, man, I remember when QR codes first came out and I had to explain, I was doing some work for a commercial brokerage, and I was like, we should put these on flyers and on boards and stuff. And they're like, but how would people know what to do with them? And I'm like, well, there's going to be a bit of a learning curve, but you just got to point your phone at it and it'll take you to a website. They're like, no one's ever going to use that. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. It's dumb. Now, when you drive by all those signs, they all have QR codes on them. All right, we're up to 563 and we're getting some returning trains. It was always so awkward. Did it work? Did you start the app? Try again. It's like going for a handshake and then after the person is doing a fist bump. Yeah, and so maybe that's what it was. The technology wasn't solid enough and the demand wasn't high enough. And therefore, like, it didn't hit that sweet spot and take off. Like maybe in some alternate universe, like it did work. My most recent NFC experience was not understanding why my phone would make a noise when I set it on my wallet. The noise was it failing to interact with the credit card. Oh man. It's funny because in Europe, touchless NFC payment is everywhere. No one there's no signing for anything, right? Like that's all been gone for years. And I've gotten so used to it. Look, headphones off again. All right, nerds. Molly's like, this conversation, Jesus Christ, I'm falling asleep. She's like, I'm trying to edit something. I'm falling asleep over here. It's all gone touchless here. It's so fantastic. I haven't taken my credit card out of my wallet for who knows what. Please don't include Germany on that list. Oh, really? I was in Munich a couple years ago, and I didn't bring my card out for anything. Maybe it's Denmark. Do you have a tape rewinder? It wears out the VCR, you know. Oh man, I had one of those. But the contactless thing, I don't understand why hasn't taken off. When I was back in America a couple of years ago, I went up to the lady and I was like tapping my phone, and she's like, "What are you doing?" I was like in a Hilton on Long Island, and the lady's like, "Well, what are you doing?" I'm like, "I'm trying to pay for this." And she's like, "With your phone?" And I was like, where the fuck am I? What happened? How does the most technologically advanced country in the world, America, not be the leader on some of these technologies? It just baffles my fucking mind. That was the best though. The lady was like, "What are you doing with your phone?" I'm like, trying to tap to pay. And then it turns out like the machine didn't work. She's like, "Do you have cash?" I'm like, But dude, cash? Like American dollars? All right, how am I doing? Oh, look at this. What is this? Did someone say iron ore? Okay, well, I added, Jesus Christ, 29 trains, bringing it to 628. How much are we dropping off up here, I think is the other question. We're dropping off 500 there and 700 there. This has got to catch up, right? Fuck, it's barren down here. I mean, this just needs steel. All right, we got to give it a couple minutes. I mean, I just put those 29 trains on there, and we're just getting supplied back down there. 684 is the total population on our way to 1 million. It's not stellar. I mean, we grew the trees. That was a big accomplishment. We did accomplish what I said I was going to do in the stream title, but I mean, we grew basically 130,000 people in all of the work that I did. I mean, maybe we'll catch up here. I mean, what do we even want to look what the problem is? High-tech parts and composite. What the fuck happened to the high-tech parts, yo? There was like 1 billion of them on the pad the other day. Oh, we ran out of aluminum. What the? Oh, it's because the steel. Oh my god. Oh my god. Look away, folks. The aluminum stopped producing because I wasn't running enough steel trains. A lot of people here think that either the government is actively tracking them when they use any kind of electronic payment, or they're afraid that when the system crashes, they won't get any money from the bank anymore. What good is 5K anyway? Yes, I have heard this, and Denmark has done away with cash altogether. They're rejecting aluminium shipments because the shipment label says aluminum. Yes, I think you're right, and I've heard that Germany is very cash heavy still. But like, if the banking system fails, like, it's over. Like, I don't care how much cash you have on you. I mean, if the banking system fails, that means the world's failing around us. But I think it's hilarious that in today's day and age, like, is it in Germany? Do you think it's everybody? Is it all age groups? Would you say it's trending old to young, or is it just like everybody? Everybody's on the same page. Or older, but I had younger people talk about that too. Yeah. There's always a bit of fear. I mean, it's funny because they're using cash because they don't want to be tracked. Meanwhile, they're on their phone looking at Snapchat and TikTok, which is tracking their every fucking moment and every movement. I mean, it's the same way in America. There's all these people saying, we don't want the government tracking us. We don't want people to know what we're doing. And then they're on the internet. And I'm like, well, guess what, friend? Like, if you don't want anyone to track you, it's nearly impossible now because there's satellites that are seeing everything. But, you know, and posting their purchases on Facebook, you know, showing where they are, like on vacation with their friends. Like, it's just like, just think about it for just a second, right? I mean, we hear this from people all the time, especially older people, and then Meanwhile, yeah, right. They're posting everything on Facebook, and like Facebook should be way more scary, right? I mean, there was a couple articles couple of years ago, many years ago now, and saying that like, listen, banks in America will have a bot now that goes after it trolls your Facebook, so it looks at everything on your Facebook to decide whether you'd be good for a home loan or a car loan. And when I read that, like, I was done with Facebook. I have a Facebook page. I don't post anything on there. I mean, that was then, this is now. Like, I have enough social media out there that they still can figure it out. But like, that was the scary part for me. It's that like, without you can have enough money, you can be a good risk, but let's say the bot looks at your Facebook and goes, yeah, no, they had too many beers last month, so let's pass on giving them a car loan. And meanwhile, it would just come back like you've been denied. They'd be like, why? No idea. Yeah, Buckma. 2 things on Facebook. I tell you what, like, I cannot stand Facebook, but it's hard. It's hard in a modern society where you have a job. Like, I ran Facebook pages, and and the way Facebook, they're so smart. Facebook, to run a business page that you work at, you need a personal Facebook. And so, I mean, I guess I could like kill it and start over, but at this point they already know everything about me. So like, it's a losing. I try not to post anything on there. I don't. My mother posts enough for all of us combined, the whole planet. So even if I were to like not post anything, my mother would post just enough that like it's moot. But I'm not like, I was a big supporter of social media in the beginning, and I think that there's some good in it. I really do, but it really is, it's hard. One of the reasons I cut back on social media, my Facebook feed is literally just your mother. Yeah. One of the reasons I cut back on social media posts and like kind of just sitting on them is because it's like not good for your mental health. And I can't tell you how great I feel. Yeah, right. I mean, me personally, like me, just not like, I look at Twitter, but that's mostly just football stuff. So it's really just like what the clubs are posting. And that's more because I support a bunch of clubs that I like, and 2, like, that's my business, so I like to see what they're doing, so the next club I can kind of use there, steal some ideas. I don't go on Facebook. I have an Instagram account, but I loved Instagram in the beginning. I thought it was one of the greatest ideas, but as soon as Facebook bought it, it's just been a downhill fucking slide. There was a couple years where I was off it. I'm back on it now. I just follow some people that's the only way you're ever going to find out what the hell they're doing. So, and of course that's Facebook. That's Meta fucking owning you. We're trying to clean this up a little bit. Like I think that getting rid of a little bit of this steel to get the process flowing is probably just a good cheat. Let's come in here, and it's my fault for only putting 1 train in. But yeah, I try to keep clear of it. I've got a Mastodon account, and I keep tipping my toe into that water, but it is even for someone like me that's okay at those sort of things, it's kind of a mess in there. And there's because no one knows what the hell it is, and there's not a lot of adoption. Like it's really like fractured on what. And maybe there's some people that love it because they're getting the kind of information they want. Like I'm not looking for politics. Like I'm looking for. I'm not really sure how exactly Mastodon works yet. Well, it's a decentralized social media. It's a fantastic idea. The problem is it's so goddamn decentralized that like it's hard. It's hard. The onboarding process is rough still, and you're not going to get like you can't get grandma. You can't get enough people, and so my problem is what I was just going to say is like you've got things like you've got news agencies beginning to post on there, but and what I'm interested in, football and stuff like that, there's some stuff, but there's like the clubs aren't posting, and the big guys who follow clubs aren't posting, and so it's sort of like if I want to get that information, I still have to go to Twitter. Would I love to not have to go and support doofus Elon Musk? Absolutely. But like so much of it's just being delivered there. So yeah, I follow some people on Mastodon. There are some great people that are very active, and in November I was really into it, and then I've been trying this last couple weeks to go out and find. It's just really hard to find good people to follow. There are people there. It's just like there's no. It's not. It's decentralized, so it's kind of tough, right? And but I think it's a great idea, and I hope it's not going away. Like it hasn't. There's no critical mass yet, but like it's going to continue. All right. Well, that kind of alleviated that problem. It's way too much steel. That should solve for some of this problem over here. Oh yeah. Look at this. Okay. So many trains. So many fucking trains. Oh, and then this filled up again. Well, I'm not even like... Yikes. Oh, it's filling up because it's just the cascade effect again, right? Like, it's filling up because there's just not anything being produced. I cannot be the only person who does this little cheat. All right, that takes care of that. What are we missing on this end? Just high-tech parts and composite, because we stopped the aluminum being fed to these machines, which is fucking hilarious. All right, here we go. That's coming back. How are we doing here? I mean, how much aluminum are we producing? Technically 1,100 pieces. How many do we actually need? 760. So technically this recycling should pull enough aluminum out of here. The only reason we stopped is because we just weren't pulling enough steel, which we probably still are not. Come on, high-tech parts, catch up. I haven't even looked at the food. Should we look? Oh, look at this. Look at all that fucking food. All right. That makes me happy. God, we had so much high-tech parts on the pad. We really, I blew that. I blew that. Bad. Oh, these are old pads. Can we get some upgrades here, please?
Drax?
Drax? Yeah, that's on me. That is on me. Yep. Just can update the pads just by clicking the new pad on top, and it'll keep what's on the pad. So I'm just looking here at ones that don't have 4 drones, and then updating them. Just we should get better movement, and they can go farther. Drax. Oh my god, where? It's amazing how the carbon is just not. I'm just updating these pads. Remember like an hour ago and I was like, oh, we can do this. What's going on? We're just not, well, good. We're not having a recycling backup anymore. It's not pulling enough steel. I don't know. This may not. We may need to run. May need to run like one aluminum train from up here. I pulled the line all together. What an asshole. Let's put. Look at how green and lush it is up here. Let's put one of these in. So this was going great, and then I like looked away for a minute and wasn't. I stopped the. I had a supplemental aluminum line, so a lot of the times what I'll do is like on this, I'm recycling. I'm pulling the recycling out of here, and see we're still not pulling enough. The steel's still just backed up. So the recycling, in this case, actually probably should cover what we need in the city, but because it's not being produced fast enough, I usually go and find the substance you need in another place, and then we use that to offset what we need. And so I had a number of, I reworked this, and I thought maybe I'd done okay, but I didn't. And it's bringing in 767, and we need 761, so we're like just shy of it, right? So we'll use this supplemental line to drop another 139 in here. That should, once it catches up, it should be enough to feed it. New Los Angeles was green there for just 2 seconds, so like we're damn close. Wait, where's the city waste problem? Where's the other waste? It's so wasteful. Oh, it's here. Oh yeah, look at this. What the hell's going on? I don't. It's just not. It's not pushing it down the line. Yeah, they need to do a little rework. I've said this, and I'll continue to say it. They need to do a little rework of the drones. Don't tell me the plastic is full again. No, that's good. We're supplying the city demand. Where are we not? Where's the city waste problem? It's not here. Oh, and it is not. Where's the other one? It's not there, that's for sure. Now that's 100. Now we're off a little bit. It's like herding cats, dude. It's got to be here, right? It's just not, because it's not centered, it's not pulling it out fast enough. It's weird. It's filling up right here. Like the logistics of it all. Like what? Oh, this one's not even connected to the fucking city. God damn it. That's a problem. Yeah, this is not great. This is not great. Can we do something like put one right here? And then maybe a pad right there? Think it's gonna make it worse? Probably. Yeah, this being on the end right here and then having it butt up against, like, not having growth this way. Honestly, this entire complex needs to move like right here. Cut and paste. You need to cut this and paste it right in here. Yeah, it does need copy and paste. There's no doubt. Did that solve our problem? There, it did. We're still probably just eating shit on the... No, now it's a composite problem. High-tech parts caught up. How can this be? We're produced now. Here we are again. So now we've caught up. We delivered enough steel up top. Oh, it's gonna kick over and grow. This one train, this isn't efficient. There's something that's, we're just not pulling. Like, do we throw another one of these in here to try to make up for the lack of like delivery? Like, up the line seems fine, right? We're now producing enough steel, and we're producing enough tempered steel, and we've definitely got enough composite or polymer bars to fucking last a lifetime. We're just not delivering enough composite into the city fast enough. I mean, look at this. What is this train doing? Look at how slow it's moving. Oh, it's just trying to get full. So I had one train pulling from the end of the line up because the drones aren't pulling fast enough. The drones are still delivering directly from the, I'm looking right here. The drones are directing from here and they're dropping them right into the city. And now we've got these trains that are coming to the very far end of the supply line to pick them up. And I mean, now we're seeing green, which means the city's growing. And if we look bottom right, we can see we're reaching them all again. But I think it's just gonna be briefly. I just look at how fast it's pulling the composite through, and we're just not delivering it fast enough. And that train missed it, so it's gonna stop. There, it stopped for a second. This train is not gonna pull enough. We're exactly where we were the last time, which is this last 200,000-300,000 people is going. I'm not thinking big enough. This supply line that I have needs to be like. It almost can't be to the number. Like if the number we need here is 772, we need to be producing 1,400. So that there's no lag. There's just a huge supply sitting on the pads that can be delivered. Because that's what's happening. We're probably delivering point to point, like a grocery store. Perfect. But the demand is so high, we can't keep up with it. I mean, I think part of the problem too is like we're on the corner right here, which is kind of weird. So it's not like if the city were here, then we could have like 6 of them and they could all be pulling in. Let me make more excuses. I mean, we're definitely pulling enough polymer bars. Yeah, we just cannot get the composite in fast enough. We broke 700,000. So we're up 200,000 from when we started. It's 3 hours, 40 minutes ago. So. And then again, like I'm also like not convinced. This is my constant conversation. I'm not convinced this is the perfect layout for what I need to produce. To me, it seems like the most logical way to do this without trains. And then you begin to ask yourself this question, which is like, okay, the game's in early access. It's not completely dialed in. We know this because there's another of other functions that sort of aren't ready. And so like, is the game beating you because it's not done, right? Or is that just me looking for an easy way out? Maybe? I mean, it's satisfying. The game is, there's something satisfying. Like I'm never, there's never not a challenge, right? Like I'm never bored. Like I'm paying attention to this. I'm micromanaging the shit out of this. I'm paying attention to this one little tiny area.
Brax?
Were you calling? No, I wasn't. I'm just talking loudly. Thanks for checking in though, Malls. Yeah, I mean, what I was saying is there's never a dull moment. I'm like micromanaged into this tiny, just this one little part. And there's 1,000 other things going on the planet that I could be doing this to. Is the rough cut done, Malls? Am I gonna see a rough cut? Do you have a cake is the cake finished? Will we get some, is there a piece of cake? So it's like we're almost there. It's like popping up, adding 10, 20,000 people, stopping again. So we already, the cake is not finished. Headphones off. No. We already were like too short. We should have gone. And then you're like, okay, because it's sitting on the edge here, should it shift? Should it be vertical like this way instead of horizontal? I mean, technically, there's only a couple of trains running here. Should we do something? Do we really need these train lines in between? Or am I just using them as like guides? I mean, this isn't even keeping up. How are we doing over here? And no, looks like the steel is doing okay. At least it's not backing up over here, right? We're still not delivering enough iron ore by any sense of the word. And it's not that we don't have enough. We just can't move it up there fast enough. And maybe some of these guys that are doing min-maxing are just being like, just jump 10 trains on it and walk away. Let's just add a pile of trains and see what happens. All right, so what I'm doing is I'm trying to think if we just... I mean, these aren't even firing. And then it's smaller up here. So we can add 4 more here. And then 1, 2, 3. Is that too many? Because it should be there. 3 should be enough. I don't think, like, I need to rethink this too. Like, where we don't need trains coming in between, I can probably pull those out and make it, I could probably make it tighter. So we can add 4 more because we got 4 more. And then 1, 2, 3, whoops. 4. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. Now we could pull out this, but then we lose the 30 trains we've got coming through here, right? I don't think this does us any good, but I mean, it does some good, right? We just added another 120 pieces that should start being produced. And like, what's going on here? Why isn't this, it's like the bots are just, this is what happens when you've got, when you split them like this, these 2s. See, I should have done this here. This should be it. We should pull this track. I guess we could still do it. We should pull this track out and do so that they're all right next to each other, so the drones can work to pull the stuff out. That's a problem. I wonder. So is there anything? Is anyone using this as a turnaround? Is anyone using this track as a turnaround? If you click on the track, will it tell you? Oh, it will. All right. So no one is. So we could technically take out this track. And then make this the nitrogen line. And then as this pulls over, we do that. We'll pause it a second so we don't lose too much nitrogen. Okay, all I did there was... No, we gotta hope it actually works. So maybe we'll get better distribution of the steel throughout the pads. can hear Molly doing voiceover work over there. I'm like, who's she talking to? Her new video. I've seen the first like 5 minutes, I think. It's really good. Really good. Oh, look at all these trains I put in. Are we catching up? Still not. It just seems like it's like, bro. All right, better movement of steel. I'm just looking at the machines. It's like these machines aren't running. These are. And we're bringing, oh God, I'm sorry. We're bringing a ton of steel in from here. There's still steel on the pad, right? And how many trains do I have running? We're bringing almost 1,000 pieces of steel from here. Folks, it's not for a lack of trying. Okay, there seems like there's more composite on the pad now. I still just have the 2 trains turning. Oh, it's growing again. Oh, growing and then it stops. Yeah, I don't know. It's a little baffling. Just a little baffling. We probably just need to make, I was thinking the other day, like these little turnarounds are not a bad idea, because instead of the train having to go all the way to the end, like, you know, maybe you should think, especially when you got long lines like this, maybe running turnarounds in the middle, just to speed things up. We're at 700,027, and it should kick over again. Like, what do the spurts look like? Population 71934. What do you mean we're not disposing of waste? Son of a, hold on. Where? You show me. Not there. So it's got to be food waste. Yes. Son of a. This is a huge problem. Let's just clear all those pads real quick. And then let's go back over here, and then let's look. We missed it there. 99.99. Okay, right, good. All right, so 719,000. How long will this last? Looking at the bottom right corner, we're watching the population. 2,000 people. 3,000. Oh man, look at that. We might. It's slow. So it was about 3,500 people before it stopped, and it's about to kick over again, I think. I'm doing the thing where, like, I'm right towards the end of my stream, so I don't want to get into like another, like, I always kind of get to these ends where I don't want to get into a big project. This was my project today. I knew I was going to have to rebuild the composite line and make it more sustainable. I think I have, but I think we're still just, I mean, like, it's what I said. It wants 7, where is it up to now that it wants? It's almost up to 800. Like, we need to be producing 1,600. Just something 200-300 more than we need to. And like, this little train hack is working. But I mean, you can see, like, these pads are just not, we're just not producing it fast enough. And maybe it's like maybe it's a long curve to get there, right? Maybe my math is not bad here. We are producing enough, right? Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. We're not producing enough. We're not. We need double. We're producing 50 shy of what we need. It's amazing the city's even popping up. And then, so do I'll have to reroute the trains if I do this nonsense, if I go over this. Do we go this way? Kind of makes sense. Sure. I mean, I think this is for tomorrow, honestly. I think it's for tomorrow. I mean, I'm not streaming tomorrow, so this could be it. I don't know. Well, I'll probably over the weekend I played some Planet Crafter like on Sunday. Probably Saturday or Sunday during the day I'll probably stream again. Whatever random game I pick, I'll put something out. But maybe we come back to Plan B he usually patches the game. You know what? If he patches the game and the patch is like, oh, okay, then let's come back. If not, maybe we'll play something different. I've played a good Stardeus run through, and he just released a huge patch that fixed a bunch of stuff, like pathing, like he like optimized it so it's running much better. And I was having fun. I did a little video for that, and so I think that's something to look at. Let's you want to watch some whales? Yeah, so I think maybe some Plan B again next week if he does it something great. If not, maybe we'll switch it up a little bit. I'm not saying I'm not enjoying it. I just feel like there's still this. I really think it has great potential, and I really hope that it can get there. There's plenty of time. Let's raid somebody. Let's see who is on that we want to talk to. Oh, 50's playing Transport Fever 2. We already rated him once though. Hey, all right, perfect. I can't thank you enough for coming and hanging and staying the whole time with us. That's really awesome. Thank you so much. Warlander. You guys played that game? I played the hell out of it right at the beginning. Malls, are you there? Are you editing? I'm gonna raid. Did you? I see like a couple of people I think might be all right. Let's raid. Let me just see what he's doing. We're gonna. There's no one in this directory. I didn't even look. I don't think there's anyone in. I know 50's playing TF2, but we just raided him last week. Let's look at him really quick. I don't want to be one of those small, like I always feel weird, like one of those small streamers who raids like the same person every time, right? Like, and you don't, like I know 50, the 50 plus gamer, like I watch him a lot. Oh, there's a couple of people in that directory now. Oh, a couple of people in the directory. I watch, if you don't follow 50 plus gamer, he's a 50-year-old guy from Britain. He's really great. He plays a lot of the same games I do. I lurk him a lot. I've talked before, but like he doesn't know, we don't have a rapport. Like it would be different. Like if I was raiding, I mean, some of these other people that I'm not going to raid because, like, but if I raided them, like, I could raid them every night and they'd be like, it's totally awesome. I wouldn't feel weird about it because I know them and we're friends and it would be awesome. But like 50, I'd raid him once a week and maybe we get a rapport, but I just don't want to be that. I don't know. I feel weird about it. I feel weird about it. So there's nobody else in there. I haven't looked. Plan B terraforming. Oh, there's some whales. Oh, yes, both French, and both early on in the game. Both early on in the game. Well, I don't want to braid into the French streamer because. Oh, is it? You got a little. Send me a little message, Moss. Do you know this person? Sorry, I don't want to be the person who like people are. You take off. A hotel renovator. You know. Oh, you do. I'm gonna rate it into a satisfactory stream. Is that crazy? They are nice. Do. I'll go your raid target, Moss. I'll go your raid target. All right, everybody. Thank you so much for joining me tonight. If you liked what you saw, please think about dropping a follow on my head. I would appreciate it. And you do you. All right. Well, I just think he has. You're right. The numbers don't quite match up. Follow, math, none of those things work. I'm back here over the weekend, probably for a short stream. And then, yeah, Molly works. And then I'll be back Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays are my normal nights to stream here in the European time zone. It's middle of the day in America. I'd love to have you and chat. I've got a Twitter, but it just kind of posts some stuff. I have a YouTube if you're looking to do it. Is the raid on? Already on? Haven't done it yet. I'm working on it. So far, this is the hardest part of the streaming for me. Let's see if this works. The raid has been created. This person is playing Hotel Renovator, which I think it looks great. It's on my list. Some people have said some not great things about it, but like you watch a lot of streamers and they all seem to be enjoying it. So it's sort of reminiscent of the like Power Washer Simulator kind of thing, except for you like turn it for money and like it's on sale. It's like $20, but I don't need another fucking game. But I've watched quite a few people playing it. Big streamers, small streamers. This is coming from Molly, so let's go over and say hello. Like I said, I'll be back next week. I don't know what we're gonna play yet. Probably Plan B, but who knows? This weekend, probably for a couple of hours if you're around. Yeah, if you're into that kind of genre, I think it's great. I don't mind watching it. It's actually kind of fun to just sort of kind of zone out and watch on another screen. So let's go in and say hello, and thank you so much for coming. And I'm not good at the exit. It's like do a great stream and then come off the mat at the very end. Thanks for being here, Lack, and we will see you very soon. Have a great day, have a great weekend, and bye.